Good morning and welcome back to a much brighter Wantage Road this morning. Saturday morning, the final day of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. It's Northamptonshire versus Leicestershire, and the current state of play is Leicestershire need 5 wickets to win their final game, crown off what's been a fantastic season as champions here in Division 2. Northamptonshire, well, the much less likely task of needing 381 runs from a minimum, which we won't get, of 109 overs. My name is Dan Jadwick, joined by Aaron Viles. He's very upset this is the last day of the year. We're powered by Daffodil at Northamptonshire, and yeah, we're back out there in the middle.
We are indeed. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, we'll have a slightly longer day compared to the session we had yesterday. It will be Travaskis then bowling up first here to Safe Zabe, the in-form Northamptonshire man.
Yeah, he's currently 20 not out. And he's starting his innings on the day with the youngster, Stuart Vanderva. He's on 4 of 20 deliveries. Play was cut short yesterday, if you weren't with us, at about 5 o'clock, when the umpires deemed that was the precise moment that the artificial light had taken over from the natural light. Much more attacking fields. Travaskis to Vanderva, who starts with a full toss and just drops it into the offside for a single. Takes the score up to 123 or 122 for 5.
I'm just looking around the grandstand. I think actually the clocks here at Wantage Road might be slightly fast because we are currently the only game that's actually started. The rest are all yet to begin here on day 4.
Full toss. And whacked away by Safe Zabe. Someone of his quality and caliber isn't going to miss out on that from Liam Travaskis. I dare say there'd be a few other cricketers around the country watching this live stream thinking they could have had 4 first-class runs if they had faced that delivery. Breezy again, though. It's cold. Fingers for Travaskis, maybe just taking a little bit of time to warm up. Well, that does back our kind of puzzlement up, doesn't it, over the course of the 4 days that we've started early and finished early most of the days in the sessions. 126 for 5. Delivery left in this over. A few Leicestershire fans have made their way down the M1, taking up occupation in the ComSave stand nearest the balcony for the Leicestershire players. Here to undoubtedly round off, celebrate a fantastic 2025 for their county. They did have the trophy lift, didn't they, at Grace Road last week. Into the over with a dot ball. Much better finish by Travaskis. A loose first 5 deliveries of that over. 44 now have been bowled, 126 for 5. We have had some results in already this week in the championship, Aaron, but there are a few ongoing, and there's one in particular that's worth keeping an eye on for a short period of time.
There certainly is. It is the game at the Utilita Bowl. So Hampshire are 33 runs away from beating Surrey, but they have got 1 wicket left. So James Fuller and Brad Wheel are the 2 men not out overnight. Fuller is on 29 from 54. Brad Wheel is on 0 from 22 deliveries faced. I suppose it's interesting, though, because there is a scenario where Hampshire score 32 runs and get the tie, and that would see them safe. But that is a big if, especially when you've got Rahul Chahar, the Indian overseas leg spinner, who's currently got career best figures of 7 for 45.
Logan Van Beek from the David Caper lens. And Vanderva drops it into the leg side. Yes, I suppose it would benefit the bowlers from having the opportunity to go and sit down for an evening and relax. Maybe James Fuller. Oh, I think it was Light, wasn't it, that stopped the play down at Southampton last night. But James Fuller, maybe Brad Will. The fact that you've got number 9 and 8 and 11 having to start again essentially on 0. Edged. I think it's gone down. Eskenazi. It was low to his right, to be fair to him. He has put it down. Vanderva gets a life. Van Beek nearly getting the early breakthrough for Leicestershire. 5 wickets to go. 2 slips in place. George Bartlett's carded next for Northamptonshire. Number 9 is George Scrimshaw. Ben Whitehouse at 10 and Nirvan Ramesh number 11. I think they'll be looking to bowl around Safe Zabe, won't they? Maybe not in these opening 5 or 6 overs. If it goes further and beyond that, I'll certainly be looking to bowl around the man that's got 6 first-class hundreds this summer. He's currently on 25. And I suppose that game down at Southampton, Aaron, as soon as that result comes in, then either completely nullifies the relevance of the game at Leeds, or it provides a little bit more kind of excitement with regards to what finishes or how that finishes up. Although at this stage of the game, and I can't see either team having any interest whatsoever in setting up a game with a day's play left. It's not exactly looking like a result is on the cards, is it, other than the draw?
Correct, yeah. So just to give a little bit more context behind that encounter up in Leeds, Durham scored 346 runs from their first innings, and Yorkshire are still batting in their first, 465 for 9.
Top ball to finish the over, left alone outside off stump. Vanderva survives. Will be spin to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end of Liam Travaskis.
There is also a rather interesting subplot to today's game as well, or games, I should phrase it as. And it revolves around this man, Saif Saib, who is currently at the top of the tree with regards to Division 2 run scorers. But Ben Compton of Kent, before today, was 11 runs behind.
Swept away behind square. There'll be a chase on down on the boundary. We'll cut it off and come back for a couple of runs. When we say Division 2, is that top of all of the championship as well?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay, because Dom Sibley's got 1,274. So he's finished. Hasib Hamid is finished. And unless Adam Lyth goes and scores a double 100 when Yorkshire, well, they won't bat again, will they? So he's finished. So it is a bit of a shootout. Is Ben Compton still batting for Kent? Because I know they've lost a hatful, haven't they?
He is. So he is currently unbeaten on 59 down in Canterbury. It's getting very tense between those two.
Aerial falls in front of Josh Hull, who parries it, really. Now Saif to come back for a second. Well, first even, there was cry of catch. It's tense, isn't it? 1,387 to 1,376 as it stands. Don't know how closely either of them will be looking at that or not. I don't know, but I'm sure it'll be one of those stats that you tell them at the end of the year and they go, "That's nice."
Oh, definitely.
Then that'll be the end of it. It won't be a case, "Wow, I was desperate to beat him," or anything along those kind of lines. It'd be, "Oh, I had a thought I might have been quite close, but that's nice." That's your post-season press conference response to the question of, "Did you know you just beat such and such to become the leading run scorer for the year?" End of the over. No harm done for Northamptonshire. Asking some questions, though, Travaskis. Starting to get the ball to turn off the surface. Van Beek from the David Capelin, the one that's really kind of extracted that little bit of extra pace out of this surface. It's 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17 for Van Beek. Just bowled the 7 yesterday. And you think, really, don't you, with the ball now 46 overs old, it's It's going to be a lot of pressure on Liam Travaskis to settle in, find that spot, find that rhythm, and bowl Leicestershire to this victory. Say at this stage, it would take a magic delivery from a Van Beek or a Hull or a Chris Wright. 46, 50-over-old Dukes. A pitch that's not got a huge amount of pace about it. As I say that, and it's inside edge into the pads. Lands and stops safely amongst the feet of Vanderva. Even looks like the sun's coming out, Aaron.
It does, yeah. Looks a lot brighter than yesterday. Just looking out towards Northampton town centre. It's still covered in cloud, but it's a lot thinner compared to yesterday.
Fascinating. Hampshire need 25. They've chipped off a few already. Must be, I mean, imagine the conversations that would have been had overnight between James Fuller, Brad Wheel. Nicely played by Vanderva. Guides it past Eskenazi and will settle on the single. But how do you play it? 33 to win. 1 wicket left. James Fuller, he's a ball striker, right? He hits a clean ball. Does he sit there with the coach and go, I could get this done in 7 hits, 6 hits? We'll be fine. Is it a case of, I get in, we can't afford the risk? What then does Brad Will think about? What does he have to do? Is James Fuller also thinking about the 33 runs and then shepherding Brad Wheel away from the strike at the same time? It's just the pressure between those two must be phenomenal. Have Surrey thrown the ball back to a seamer to start the day? Or have they stuck with the spinners to try and kind of tempt and tease the one of them out? Or do they try and blow them away with a Matt Fisher?
Well, I can give you confirmation of that. They've gone with Rahul Chahar and Dan Lawrence. So it is back-to-back spin. And as for the setup so far, as we see the end of the 47th over, Northamptonshire 132 for 5. It is the classic all-rounder shepherding the tail ender. Brad Wheel has scored a boundary by the looks of it, but appears as though Fuller is taking the lion's share of the strike, as you'd expect. To be honest, it is the go-to tactic, and as you said, in theory, with someone like James Fuller, very clean striker of the cricket ball, could be 8 hits away from securing safety. Liam Travaskis prepares to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, starts with a bit of a drag down. Safe save off the back foot, cuts it through the covers for 4. And a solitary round of applause from somebody in the grounds. It'd be fair to say that, make an assumption, Leicestershire supporters outnumber the Northamptonshire supporters here at the moment. And I wonder whether that will grow as the day goes on. Whether there's a few more heading down on the buses. The train, it feels like there should be a direct train line between Northampton and Leicester, isn't there? I don't know whether there would be, but it feels like there should be at least. About 45 minutes, 40 minutes down the M1. Between the two grounds. Nicely bowled, nicely played.
It's better from Travaskis. Definitely colder today, though. You can see that he's constantly blowing warm air on the fingers. Might be asking Ian Holland for his hand-warming pouch as well.
Oh, the hand-warming pouch. Honestly, I think that's going to catch on.
I think it will. I think April 2026 we'll see quite a few.
I think it's all county commentators we'll be talking about. And they'll be having that same voyage of discovery that you and I had here in September. And they'll be claiming it's the first time that it's been seen on a county circuit. But you and I will know. Everybody that's tuned in will know. We saw it first. We were the first to take that step into the unknown.
The pioneers.
Well, precisely. Precisely. Well, Ian Holland's pioneered it. We just enjoyed it, haven't we? But it just feels quite befitting as well, doesn't it? An American cricketer, spent some time recently in the States over with the, was it Washington Freedom, wasn't it, in the MLC?
Yes, it was, yep.
Obviously just popped to one of the local sports shops and he's seen it and he's gone, you know what? Champo cricket in September, that could be a winner. Just think about the sales in the club shops. Branded, county championship branded quarterback style hand warmer pockets. I'm an ideas man, Aaron. Just come up with them. Good pace from Van Beek this morning. Line wasn't quite there, but he's got the left-handed Zabe on strike this time around, just trying to run the ball across him, tempt him with that huge expanse of outfields here through the offside. There's a slit. Stephen Eskenazi's at gully. Buddinger's at backward point. There'll be a deep third, a deep point, and a mid-off. So Safe Save will be thinking there is some runs to be had through the offside. But the peril of those catches lurking behind the stumps will just put a little bit of jeopardy in place.
Leicestershire have the licence to go for those kind of fields as well, don't they? Just looking at the requirement, 501 is an almighty target. Would be a record run chase.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Covered up well by Stuart Vanderva. Someone very, very early on in his professional career. You got the pleasure of watching that innings of his in the One Day Cup, and you were very, very complimentary of the way that he set up and his tempo and the way that he went about it. He looked nervous yesterday, on day 2, which would be forgive him for, couldn't he, with the debut here, scored 5 off 15. Already surpassed it by 1 so far. 6 off 35. At the minute, certainly in defence anyway, he looks comfortable in defence, doesn't he?
He certainly does. Just won that contract extension as well. Thoroughly deserved as well, might I just add. He was one of the real bright sparks in that Metrobank One Day Cup campaign. Handy off-spin bowler, athletic fielder, a fine batting option as well. But those nerves, they can be expected. We saw that early doors with Arush Bachake as well, opening the batting. But as he got into his stride, as he faced more deliveries, you almost get that sense of, as a player, you belong out in the middle. And I feel like that will happen to the young guys. Completely understandable to be a little bit scratchy early doors, but there's a reason why they're out there. They have earned this opportunity.
They have indeed. And other counties, they've been busy, haven't they? We've spoken about new signings, particularly the ones for Leicestershire. Northamptonshire get to to look locally for players for 2026. So they made the signings they made the signing and the announcement of Matthew Bretsky on a long-term deal here, a multi-format deal from 2026 for a couple of seasons. They've announced those contract extensions of Rob Keogh, George Scrimshaw, the youngsters that we've just spoken about, Lewis McManus earlier this year as well. If Northamptonshire don't have the desire to look beyond the current crop, or the right player isn't available, then they have to look from within, don't they, and see who's performing in the academy and the second 11 and who's been trialing. And certainly, I think it'd be unkind for me to say too much, but certainly Nirvan Ramesh looks like an interesting and promising option for future seasons. Chris Wright in the box yesterday, didn't we? And he was asked him about it and said that he's quite quick, which is a little bit tricky for some of the batters to pick up. It's quicker than normal. The release point is a little bit unusual, bowls a lot out the front of the hand. So there is a uniqueness to Nirvan Ramesh, as well as the control, obviously, that he possesses. And the more that he bowls, the more that he plays, the better he's going to get. He's only 17 years old. And Vanderva, he's got an opportunity here, isn't he? With Safe Save, someone that's been full of runs this year. And it's one of those days as well for Vanderva. Yes, there'll be pressure. There'll be personal pressure. He'll want to do well, obviously, but needing 381 from a day's play with 5 wickets remaining, I don't necessarily think there'll be a huge amount of outward pressure on Vanderva today.
No, definitely not. It's not as though the division title is up for grabs or a place in the promotion spot. But either way, this is almost like an audition, isn't it, for Stuart Vanderva? Just prove your mettle against the best bowling attack in the division, the best side in the division. Leicestershire have been absolutely immense all summer long. Facing off here against an international bowler.
Yeah, he just got his, I think he just got his stud stuck there, didn't he? At the point of release. Decided to opt to pull out from that delivery rather than set that one through. Kind of feels like, Aaron, with those signings and those players available, it feels like something that yourself and your team on the County Cricket podcast, you put together almost like a depth chart for the counties and identify the areas of which they potentially need a bit of strengthening and some of the players that they would be looking at. Is that something that you'll spend time doing over the winter?
Oh, always. Something I'm very interested in. But of course, as a commentator, over the duration of a season, you pick certain things up. I mean, something that I like to do, especially for T20 cricket, is almost create a team-by-team dossier, just to go through strengths, weaknesses, up-and-coming youngsters as well. But that's why we had that long dialogue yesterday about where Northamptonshire need to reinforce. So too with Leicestershire. And the thing with Leicestershire, the absolute worst thing you can do when you make that step up to Division 1 is rest on your laurels. You've got to be proactive, and they've been proactive.
Yeah, do you think they're done? Do you think the business is done? Do you think they've still got an overseas spot, haven't they, to confirm, which I suspect Leicestershire will take up the option for. I mean, Peter Hanscom has been that's a nice shot from Vanderva. He could just get the single there as Lewis Hill sprints off the boundary. He's kind of been a bit of a, what do you call it? What's the word I'm trying to find? A consistent figure at Leicestershire for a couple of seasons now, hasn't he, Peter Hanscom? I'd imagine that conversation has been had or will be had for 2026.
Well, it's funny you say that because a few weeks ago, I think he was confirmed for 2026.
I'd have been quite shocked if he hadn't have been, I think.
But that right there is a testament to the recruitment. You've got Peter Hanscom, who is a former international. He's a tried and tested county option, having played for Gloucestershire, Middlesex, Yorkshire in years gone by. And then you bring in someone of the star power of Keshab Maharaj, who is the exact same current international for South Africa. That one half stop just deflected around the corner up towards Travaskis. And Maharaj himself has played county cricket. He too played for Yorkshire. And the key thing about Maharaj, what excites me is the fact that it's a multi-format deal, but especially in red ball cricket. Because I think in terms of those metronomic bowlers, he's one of the best in the world. Just pops it on a penny piece, allows batters to almost have second doubts about what shots they're playing. Induce those errors, create those opportunities. He's a very cerebral cricketer, someone who thinks about the game very methodically and tactically. And I do think he'll be a fine addition to this Foxes outfit. So we see the end of the 51st over. Northamptonshire 143 for 5. Safe save. It's on 39. Stuart Vanderva ticks along to 8 runs.
Just still need 21. Not easy down on the south coast. Reason we're focusing on that game, one, because it's the one nearest the conclusion. 2, there is some significant jeopardy to it. And 3, it will have an impact on who both of these sides will play next year as well. Whether that's Hampshire joining Northamptonshire in the 2nd division, or whether it's...
Well...
And you've stopped me.
I have stopped you because Rahul Chahar has just got the wicket of James Fuller. He's edged behind. And Hampshire have been bowled out for 160. As that one's edged, bobbled up by Rishi Patel. I think he had 3 opportunities in the end. It kept on ricocheting between his palms. That is a second early chance that's been dropped by Leicestershire in the slip. Well, that'll be frustrating for Travaskis. And it does give a second life to Stuart Vanderva.
Over pitch that time from Travaskis. Zabe can't find the gap. So that's confirmed, regardless of what happens at Leeds now. That's Hampshire joining Worcestershire. Or is there a scenario that in the situation Yorkshire find themselves in, if they were able to bowl Durham out and win at Headingley, it's still alive?
Exactly that. So Jordan Thompson has just been dismissed for 50. Yorkshire 475 all outs. That's a good stop there by Johnny Tattersall at backward point. Contains it to a dot ball. So there is a scenario. Yorkshire lead by 129. There'll be around about 89 overs left in the day's play at Headingley. Should Durham have a bit of a collapse and Yorkshire chase it down, it would be Durham who go down, and that is a beautiful looking shot from Safe Sabe. Just canters down the wicket after that one. Watches on in admiration of the shot itself. And Safe Sabe, well, not for the first time this season. He's approaching a half century. Currently stands on 43. I think that passage of play there, as we see a single to round out the over. Northamptonshire now 149 for 5 after 52. That's something which has summed up Safe season. So it's not just the boundary percentage. It's not just the capability to take down certain bowlers. It's what the follow-up shot is. Whether that is a well-executed defence, which shows his control, or it's what we've just witnessed there. Just dropping it into the space, keeping the strike rotating, keeping that scoreboard moving. So we will have a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Logan van Beek taken out of the attack, and on in his place will be the Foxes captain. It's Ian Holland.
Holland replacing Van Beek, who I think has gone off the field for a bit of treatment or a bit of a refresh. Just to say that, remind you really that Safe Save 6 first-class hundreds this season for Northamptonshire. The most in a calendar year since Lance Klusner back in 2006 when he scored 6 himself. Mike Hussey in 2003, who scored 6. Brings up the 150 for Northamptonshire. Other players that have scored 6 in the season: Alan Lamb, Mushtaq Mohammed, Dennis Brooks, that's top of almost every chart that you could possibly wish to see with regards to run scoring at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Raman Sabaro. And I'll probably butcher the pronunciation for it, but Roger Prideaux back in 1966 as well. Ben Duckett scored 5 in 2015. Exactly 10 years on, Safe Save has gone one better than Ben Duckett. Scored 60 in the first innings. Currently 45 not out here. Batting nicely with Stuart Vanderva. If he were to get 7, which I realise is a long, long way away. If he were to get 7, that would be the most since Rob Bailey in 1990. And he scored 7 first-class hundreds. Beautiful shot down the ground. I think Ian Holland might have got a fingertip to it, but he can't stop it going to the boundary at the David Capel end. Say picks up 4. He did well yesterday evening. He was visibly unhappy, Safe Save, with regards to the light and the playing conditions. He'd stood at the non-striker's end and watched his teammates get dismissed. I think his displeasure was justified, to be fair. And that's 50 for Safe Save. Chalks up another one in 2025, raises the bat once again, and Northamptonshire's standout performer for this season acknowledges the crowd and his teammates once more. Because with that light situation yesterday, it's always tough to see when you're looking through these massive glass windows. Also, when you're consistently looking through it, it's hard to see the differentiate or when it changes. But the floodlights went on yesterday at about 3:30 in the afternoon, which would have felt ludicrous to have walked off a bad light. But it didn't feel that much lighter or darker in that hour and a half when Northamptonshire were then 5 down for the players to walk off. Travaskis continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Not that I have any real evidence to suggest that would have changed the context of the game. It still would have been a massive task for Northamptonshire today if they'd have had 7 wickets left instead of 5. It's not the case, and Northants are pretty much kind of penciled in for, what, 7th place, and not much other than that. But you could see, couldn't you, with the body language and the conversations that were being had, that looked visibly upset by the decision that it was to continue playing. This partnership now worth 47. Travaskis, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 53. He's got the wickets of Rob Keogh, James Sales and Justin Broad. So just again, trying to drop that one off the thigh pad into the leg side to take the single. Not able to do so. So Vanderva will be on strike. Start of the next over.
Just looking down in Canterbury as well. Kent have just lost a 6th wicket. Harry Finch trapped LBW by Ben Aitchison for 11 from 38. It's Ben Compton, well, he is on 65. That race for the top spot in the Division 2 run scorers. Just having a check of the ball here. At Wantage Road, umpires just checking that it's fitting through the gauge. Just allows for Zabe and Vanderva to have a little bit of a chat in the middle. Both have done a fine job so far, and for Safe Zabe, that's the 13th time this season in red ball cricket. He's raised the bat aloft for a 50. Really has been an exceptional season, an outstanding summer across formats for this very, very talented individual. He's not done yet. How he would love to add his name to those storied chapters of Northamptonshire's first-class history. Get a 7th century of the season. So confirmation there, we have had a replacement ball. Last one was just hit out of shape a little bit. Will be Ian Holland to continue from the David Capel end. For those watching along as well in the YouTube live stream, please do let us know where you are watching along from. We've had plenty listeners and viewers from all around the globe throughout this game and throughout the season. And on behalf of myself, Dan, and everybody here at Northamptonshire, we thank you greatly for your company. It really has been a pleasure and a privilege to be here in the commentary box throughout the majority of the season. And whilst it hasn't been the campaign that anybody associated with this club would have hoped for in red ball cricket, you can never, ever take this job for granted. We see Glenn Chappell beneath us, just going for a little bit of a stroll around the boundary. Certainly chillier compared to days 1 and 2. A few hand warmers being utilised on the field. A number of spectators nice and wrapped up as well. Looking out of our vantage point here in the commentary box as well, I do believe there are a number of travelling Leicestershire fans down in the ComSave, just operating or populating that area just beneath the players' dressing room. As Vanderva takes a simple single towards backward square leg. And myself and Dan will keep you updated as best as we can with the scores on the doors from across the remaining games. We've already seen a few results across both divisions. But this day, the fourth and final one brings about the culmination of what has been another incredible summer of cricket in England and Wales. Leicestershire know they are 5 wickets away from wrapping up the campaign in style. Holland just drifts that one in. That will be a dot ball to finish. Northamptonshire 157 for 5 in their pursuits of a Herculean 501. This would be a record first-class run chase for the club. So Liam Travaskis hands his cap to the standing umpire. Plenty of Foxes fielders populating the space around Stuart Vanderva. He wristily whips that one past Sol Budinger. He's waiting there at short leg. I do imagine, Dan, there'll be quite a few more people tuning into that Yorkshire live stream as well today, especially those of a Hampshire persuasion.
Yeah, although I saw a comment to say that Yorkshire had already, Durham had already got the 5 bonus points they needed, but I felt like you would know whether that was or wasn't the case. I mean, they were running out of games to watch, to be honest with you, Aaron. I mean, the Division 2 sides, you've got Derbyshire getting closer to a victory down at Canterbury. They need 4 wickets. Middlesex going to have to bowl incredibly well. They need 9.
Oh, that one is a drag down, and it has been walloped away by Sabe. Just waiting for the signal there from the umpire. It's gone all the way for 6. It's a mighty blow from the Northamptonshire number 5. Sabe continues to rack up these runs with great consistency.
Yeah, Middlesex need 9 at Lords to beat Gloucestershire. Lancashire beat Glamorgan last night. Essex just need 40 runs to beat Somerset at Chelmsford with 8 wickets remaining. So you'd think that's nearly done. That's Division 1 all but finished. And then, as you say, you've got Durham currently 6 without loss against Yorkshire, trail by 123. So they can get near and past that. That'll be a shake hands at some point this afternoon, won't it?
That latest one is just fended out. So that will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 164 for 5. That will be a very, very nervy watch for both Durham and Hampshire fans.
That's it. I mean, the hope is for Hampshire that Yorkshire can bowl Durham out for in and around that 130 runs by by the state of the table, Hampshire are on 145 points and Durham are on 144.
And I would just like to clear up any confusion with that, because I can see where some people may view that Yorkshire been bowled out and might think, well, that's 3 bowling bonus points, but it isn't. It's only 2. And I'll tell you why after this ball. Vanderva tries to manipulate that one through square for the single. So, yes, Yorkshire have been bowled out, but the bonus points are only available for the first 110 overs. So Durham got that theoretical 3rd bowling bonus point in the 133rd over. So they only had 2. In addition to that, when you look at their batting performance, well, you go in increments of 50 from 250 upwards. So it's 1 for 250, 2 for 300, 3 for 350, 4 for 400, and a 5th and final batting bonus point for 450. And Durham were dismissed for 346. So overall, that is just the 4 bonus points for the game. As for Yorkshire, Yorkshire are safe. They will be competing in Division 1 next season. So it is now a straight shootout between Durham and Hampshire. Durham's destiny lies in the hands of their batting corps. Well guided away there by Vanderva. Runs it down towards Lewis Hill. A deep 3rd for the single. So no further damage done as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. As for Leicestershire, well, they will be absolutely desperate to get the big fish. Dismiss safe Sabe. But so far, he's more than rising to the occasion. That will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 165 for 5 after 57 overs of the innings. Safe saves on 56, Stuart Vanderva on 13. For the first time here on day 4, looks as though we'll see a little bit of Josh Hull. An individual who, from a club cricket perspective, started out in this very county at Oundle Town, but has since gone on to become a very handy seam bowling option for the Foxes of Leicestershire. And someone who we imagine, Dan, will just offer something a little bit different with his genuine carry and his additional height.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen through the course of the game that the pitch hasn't got a huge amount of pace in the middle, but it has started, or had started, to just misbehave a little bit. The odd one popping a little bit more, couple just keeping a little bit low. Josh Hull with that extra pace, although starts with a bit of a rank wide one, which is cut away by Vanderva beautifully for 4 to 17. He will try and extract that bit of inconsistency out of the surface. And if it started a bit damp and a bit moist, then there'll be a few kind of indents, won't there, in the middle of the pitch where the ball has landed in the course of the game, which will just create that little bit of inconsistency for the bowler. That's a much better reply, isn't it? Big Josh Hull steaming in from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And it'd be fair to say it probably wasn't the best that Liam Travaskis has ever bowled or will ever bowl in his career. And I suspect we'll see him again in the not too distant future here. But I'd have thought Leicestershire and Ian Holland were hoping / expecting Liam Travaskis to have a real big stint today, particularly from this Lynn Wilson centre end. That's cut away again. Even better that time from Vanderva. Maybe a change of ends for Travaskis. What do you think about that?
Potentially. I don't think that is the worst shout at all, because we saw Rob Keogh predominantly bowling from the David Capel end. There's a slight little bit of rough outside where the right-handers would be, but of course these two are left-handed, so maybe that's why the thinking is to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre. I'm liking this from Stuart Vanderva, though. Already taking the attack to Josh Hull. And it goes back to that previous point. It's almost like in a video game where you've got a confidence meter. And for the first 5-10 deliveries, a little bit nervy, just trying to find the pace of the wicket and almost find your groove. Vanderva now looking a lot more comfortable. Couple of boundaries. Just settling into his rhythm.
Well, you were very complimentary of the innings that he played in the One Day Cup, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, because he's got a variety of shots. And he's only 20. So that's the key. He's 20 years old. It's his first season as a professional. But I look at the makeup of his cricket, and this goes to Two's cricket as well. He just seems like a very handy customer. It's on very full from Josh Hull. Just ran down towards Ian Holland for no run. And that will be a dot ball to round out the over. Northamptonshire 173 for 5. Safe Zabe on 56. And Stuart Vanderva is on 21. And I think the other thing which is really important, and you can't measure this, it's what's known as an intangible, because there's no quantitative measure for it. But I look at attitude. Attitude for me is one of the most important things a professional athlete, sports person can actually possess. And I look at Stuart Vandermerva's journey. I look at his attitude in second 11 cricket. I look at his body language in the One Day Cup, and of course in this game. And I just think he's got a real desire to be a professional cricketer. It's just about almost smoothening out the rougher patches of his game.
You can already tell, can't you, that the body language has changed for Vanderva from where it was at 10:30 this morning. A bit nervy, a bit jumpy, a bit pokey. Now you just have to watch him kind of at the non-strikers end, just casually hand on hip, leaning on the bat handle. Just starting to kind of feel as though this innings is getting going. The partnership is building. The score has ticked along.
Well, that one uppish and just evades the dive there of the fielder in at the covers. Race away for 4 runs. Just down in front of the groundsman's shed. There's another boundary off the bat of Stuart Vandermerva. Just placed it well enough to beat the dive there of Johnny Tattersall. These chances, well, they are there for Leicestershire.
was just a bit early on it. It's just those nerves again, isn't it? He's just finished the over against that high pace of Hull. Found his timing, hit those couple of boundaries. And then Ian Holland, that slower, subtle, slightly off-pace seamer. Found the middle of the bat, was just early on it, wasn't he?
Yeah. It was timing as opposed to placement. He's placed it nicely. I think it's very unrealistic. It's the same with Nirvan Ramesh and Adi Sharma, Avrish Bachake as well, with these youngsters, to expect them to be the finished product already. They've still got so many years ahead to develop, not just as cricketers, but individuals as well. So he's chopped away for a single out towards square leg. This will give him a nice confidence boost. A little bit like Adi Sharma. Adi Sharma in the One Day Cup scored a lovely 80 here at Wantage Road. Just gives you a little bit more self-belief. Ian Holland sends down a bumper with his latest delivery. But no, I've liked what I've seen. And just to flip it to Leicestershire as well, this guy, definitely a specialist bowler. But Alex Green is certainly someone to watch out for. Very tall. Bowls with plenty of heart and courage. And almost has the exuberance of youth. He's someone who doesn't mind almost going in for those most important overs and challenging the more established players in the opposition. I say I've been very, very impressed by his outputs in the One Day Cup. I think he finished with 18 wickets. Joint second leading wicket taker in the competition alongside Tazim Ali of Warwickshire. So Chris Wright is down at long leg. Imagine there'll be quite a few nice words being exchanged from the Leicestershire fans there. Josh Hall prepares to continue this stint from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Someone dropped into the offside. So got a player out at deep forward square, a long leg. Chris Wright, in actual fact, is down at deep third because these two are left-handers. So it is a predominant offside field. 5-4 is the split. With a catcher in at leg slip as well. That latest delivery, a little bit too short for the umpire's liking. Wide will be given. That latest ball well watched by Vanderva. Well, there has been a wicket down in Canterbury, and it's Ben Compton who has gone for 65. So, by my maths, Saib should finish as the leading run scorer, not just in Division 2, but in the entirety of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. And that is an immense achievement. that's a good leave from Vanderva. Nice line that from Josh Hull. But we had the conversation yesterday, didn't we, Dan, about Safe in 2024. Scored 399 runs, an average in the 30s after 8 matches played. Scored 1 century, 250-plus scores. It's just been the summer of Safe Sabe.
It's been absolutely superb for Safe. Someone that Northamptonshire and the supporters. That's a nice shot down the ground. Evades the outstretched hands of Josh Hull. It's a long, long chase, but Johnny Tatso does brilliantly to keep it inside the field of play. And Vanderva comes back for a third. But yeah, a real coming of age season for Northamptonshire's number 5. Entrusted that responsibility that we spoke about as well. Finds himself with a permanent spot in the middle order. Starting to bowl a little bit more. I'm sure he's having a few more conversations with regards to, well, in the leadership group as well. One into the body and just punched into the leg side by Zabe for another single. I'm delighted for him. He certainly works incredibly hard on his game. Took himself off to Zimbabwe over the winter. Finished as player of the season in the Nepal Premier League in 2024, I think it was. I don't think it spanned the new year. Got himself that drafted contract in the 100 this summer as well. That one short arm jab punched in front of square by Vanderva. Should be 2. Maybe 3. No, settle on 2.
End of the over as well.
And I would have thought Safe will be in the shop window for another one or a couple of T10 or T20 leagues around the globe this winter. I don't think he's been drafted into anything that's had their auctions just yet, or squad announcements or anything like that. Timing of the T10s, I think there's something starting in Dallas, isn't there, next week, and potentially Canada at the same time. So the timing of those at the end of the championship. Safe himself a father for the first time this summer as well. So family commitments to think about too. Might have just been a little bit too early. The SA20, that auction's been and gone, but that ILT20 could be a fantastic opportunity. T10 competition out there as well, I think, in the UAE.
Yes, there is the Abu Dhabi T10, isn't it? At the Sheikh Zayed. And for the first time on day 4, it's Chris Wright. Well, he was absolutely phenomenal yesterday. Here he is bowling to Safe Sabe. Starts off with a dot ball. Yeah, had figures of 7 overs bowled, 3 maidens, 2 for 10. Was by far and away the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers with regards to the economy rates. 1.42 to be exact. And he now is looking to round out what has been a storied and illustrious professional career. Style befitting of the great man. He's had a good game as well, hasn't he, Dan, overall? You think back to the first innings, 3 for 19 from his 11 overs. Quite a few emotions going through his head. Final day as a professional cricketer, but judging by our conversation yesterday, feels like it's the right time, doesn't it, for Chris Wright?
Yeah, he mentioned it himself, didn't he, that sports stars, sports people don't often get the opportunity to go out on their own terms, which he was quite keen on on stressing, which I think is important. So we saw with a few, didn't we? We saw with James Anderson's retirement from international cricket was almost set upon him. You've got to wonder as well with that announcement for the Ashes, is that the end of Chris Woakes playing international cricket for England as well? But there's been no real kind of thought or announcement there with regards to Chris Woakes. But yeah, Chris Wright has taken that opportunity and so will go out on his own terms with a trophy, with a winner's medal. But based on the performance, you've got to ask the question, why are you hanging the boots up, Chris? You've got overs left.
Exactly that.
But as he said, he bowled 11 overs in the first innings and his legs felt like lead the next day. So I think that might be more of the reason as to why.
Even so, though, what an achievement. 22 seasons as a professional cricketer. Latest one drilled up towards mid-on for no run by Safe Sabans. Who knows, in an alternate universe, another lifetime, Chris Wright, especially in the early 2010s, his pomp at Warwickshire could have been an England seamer had it not have been for two men by the name of Stuart Broad and James Anderson, or Sir James Anderson, as we should call him, two of the greatest ever to play the game.
Starts with another maiden as well. Does Chris Wright? That's another one to the tally. If Essex wrapped up that game at Chelmsford yet, they must be close.
I'll check that for you now. If you want, Dan, they need 21 runs for the victory. Currently 74 for 3 in pursuit of 95 runs. It's a staggering collapse, wasn't it, for Somerset? Bundled out for 99 on day 3. Vanderva rocks onto the back foot, pushes that one through the covers. Pursuit on here for the fielder. Should at least be 2. And in the end, it will just be 2 runs. Good commitment there from Ian Holland. Just looking on in the YouTube live stream as well. I suppose it'll be good afternoon to Alan, watching on from the Philippines, or even good evening. Thank you for your company once more, Alan. And Zanka Cad watching on from Belfast. So that one short and well ducked under by Stuart Vandermerve. We're, of course, very grateful for all of your company. And this is the final day of the season. Feels like yesterday that we were talking about Liam Guthrie getting Zach Crawley out. The very first over of his Northamptonshire career. So that one is short and wide and attempted to be clubbed away through the covers. Will just be a single, and all of a sudden, Dan, Stuart Vandermerve is on 34, which I must say is very pleasing. Already made his mark in List A cricket, scoring 59 from 60 balls against the Sussex Sharks. How he would love to get a 50 in his maiden first-class game as well. Just looking around the ground as well, definitely a few more seats being populated as the day goes on, especially in that ComSave stand. Quite a few Leicestershire fans have made the journey. Also quite a few up towards the Spencer Lounge as well. Say pulls out of that shot. So far, it's been so good for Northamptonshire. Already the first hour of the morning has been and gone. Both of these two just building the partnership nicely. Edged and taken. Well, that is the big wickets. It won't be a century for Safe Sabe. He has to depart for 58. Caught smartly at backward points by Stevie Eskenazi. And Josh Hull is the man who provides the breakthrough for the Foxes of Leicestershire. Northamptonshire 189 for 6 in the 62nd over. And I tell you what, Safe Sabe, well, he looks absolutely gutted, but he can be so proud of the season he has had. He will depart the field here at Wantage Road as not just the leading run scorer in Division 2, but the overall leading run scorer in the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. Very well batted Safe Sabe. And we are all keeping our fingers crossed that this results in more opportunities further down the line, whether that is in franchise cricket or indeed for the England Lions over the winter. Big moment that, though, isn't it, Dan, in the wider context of this game?
Absolutely huge. You have to feel that is the door very much open for Leicestershire now. It's George Bartlett at number 8. He, of course, has first-class hundreds to his name, but he has struggled this year. I think you can just see the reaction of Safe Sabe there that just shows how hungry he is to score runs. He scored a 60, he scored a 58. He's had to pull himself off the field. He might not know that he is the leading run scorer in the 2025 championship. He will know that he scored 6 first-class hundreds this year. He will know that he's got career bests. But he wanted more, and that is quite telling. Anyway, it's Bartlett at number 8. He joins Stuart Vanderva, who's on 34. Then it's George Scrimshaw. Then it's Ben Whitehouse. Then it's Nirvana Ramesh. So it's 4 wickets to win now for Leicestershire. Ian Holland, ball in hand from the David Capel end. Chris Wright, apologies.
And he will firmly have his tail up now. Leicestershire now 4 wickets away from wrapping up the victory. You could hear the reaction as well, can you, from the travelling Leicestershire fans. They know how pivotal a moment that is. But just going back to even that knock in isolation from Safe Sabe, 58 from exactly 100 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. Caps off what has been a wonderful summer for the 27-year-old. Vanderva just runs that off the bat face, thinks about taking a second. Good running that from the youngster. And that's another area of his game which I really quite enjoy. So he displayed that a lot in the One Day Cup. He's a very proactive runner. He's not someone who jogs casually. He runs the first one hard and just applies a little bit of doubts into the mind of the fielders. He'll be desperate to get these final 14 runs and raise the bats for the first time in first-class cricket, but that one has run off the edge, just falls short of Rishi Patel. Feels like this game now, Dan, has burst into life.
Yeah, well, we spoke, didn't we, at the start, that there's so much pressure on Safe Sabe to be the man to bat the time. He said it's a long tail for Northamptonshire this week. Vanderva has been impressive, but as you said, well, we spoke about the nerves at the start of the innings for Vanderva. There'll be nerves as well, as you've just mentioned, 14 more. There'll be a little glance over to the scoreboard and think, oh, I'm only a couple of hits away now and I could get myself hurt. So those nerves that may have dissipated from the start will have just started to maybe just encroach back on Vanderva once again. Bit of scoreboard pressure maybe, but in a different way. Personal pressure. And I don't know, it depends really, doesn't it, as to what kind of mood Leicestershire are in. Because you wouldn't be surprised if say, Vanderva gets a little bit closer, gets into the 40s. Could be a little reminder of, you don't not want to get your first class 50 here today, do you, Stuart?
Covers up well there, does Vanderva. That is a dot ball to finish the over. Northamptonshire 191 for 6. And now it just feels like survival, doesn't it? With the departure of Safe Sabe. Would have taken something very special indeed, just looking at the equation on offer today. But still an opportunity here. Well, for both George Bartlett's and Stuart Vanderva. Bartlett would love to finish the season with a bit of a flourish, and Vanderva to announce himself into this side.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's demons in this surface, is there? It's not a case of it's unplayable. The outfield is quick enough. Yes, there's turn, but it's not extravagant. Pitch seems to have behaved for the most part of the hour and 16 minutes that we've had this morning, and the sun's starting to come out as well. So it doesn't look like a bad day to bat, does it, Aaron?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, but this is a very, very difficult task against Josh Hall, who is an England international. You've got Chris Wright, who's a 22-year veteran. You've got Ian Holland, who's played international cricket for the United States. Logan van Beek, Dutch international. So that as a seam quartet alone is a massive challenge. And the key thing here, and this might bring about the change of ends which we spoke about with Travaskis a little bit earlier on. But now that you've got a right-hander in George Bartlett, he's got favourable rough outside his eye line from the David Capel end, just to turn it away from the outside edge.
Yeah, agree with you there. And all the while that Josh Hull is steaming in with, I mean, he's got to have at least size 13 or 14 boots on, hasn't he, Josh Hull? He's going to be creating a few extra footholds. And there'll be a bit of pressure on George Bartlett here as well. I mean, he's going to be batting now with Stuart Vanderva, potentially both competing for a similar or even the same space next year in the first class 11 for Northamptonshire. So while Safe Sabe was able to play without that pressure, Vanderva, you say, will be looking at that scoreboard. Bartlett will be looking to put together an innings here at the end of the season to carry through the winter and into 2026. 2 slips in place, one at second and one at leg slip. Gully as well. Vanderva trying to turn it through mid-wicket. Can't get it past Johnny Tattersall. Score is 192 for 6 off 63 overs. Sunshine is it's breaking its way through the clouds. Slight delay in play. Vanderva just adjusting those gloves, composing himself before facing up against Josh Hull once more. It's down the leg side, testing Vanderva out on the short ball, was prepared to take it on. Missed everything through to the gloves of Cox, but there's two fielders down there, or at least there were. One in front of square on the leg side, and the other, who's just moved, I think is about to go and end up in the position that they started at fine leg down by the members in the Spencer Lounge, or by the Spencer Lounge, in fact. Few season ticket holders that have turned up today, populating those seats down in the Spencer Lounge. Few opposite us, up above the sight screen. Leicestershire occupying, taking over the ComSave stand. Handful undercover there at the cinch stand. No doubt there'll be a few pockets of supporters below us here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Just cramming in the final few minutes or maybe hours of first-class cricket for the 2025 season. I'm sure many will be back for 2026. They've already started to think about the plans. Was it fixtures get released in November, is it? I believe. That excitement and anticipation starts to build once again. George Bartlett on strike, yet to get off the mark. Two slips, Rishi Patel, Stephen Eskenazi at 1 and 2. Chris Wright from the David Capel end. Left alone as it swings back towards Bartlett, left on length.
Just a bit of an update from Leeds. Durham are 20 without loss after 12 overs. So there are 77 overs remaining in the day's play. Their first task to overcome that first innings deficit. Which stood at 129 runs. And Durham know, as long as they survive, they will remain in the top flight next season. Yorkshire already booked their place in Division 1 as a result of Hampshire's defeat by 20 runs against Surrey. It is now all in the hands of Ryan Campbell's men.
Yeah, slow start, 20 off 12, but I guess there is that extra bit of pressure and jeopardy. Got to be Jack White and Matt Milnes opening the bowling for Yorkshire. Be a tough ask against those two to get away to a flyer. And Emilio Gay as well. I mean, left Northamptonshire over the winter last year to go and play Division 1 cricket. He'll want to make sure that he continues to play Division 1 cricket in 2026.
I think the same goes for a number of their signings, doesn't it? From over the off-season, Sam Connors was another one who made the move from Derbyshire, wanted to take the step up. Will Rhodes, a little bit of a different one. He's already lifted the county championship as captain of Warwickshire, but he too wanted that fresh start. He's got that role in their T20 side and did it superbly well. Will be an interesting winter for Durham.
Nicely played by George Bartlett. Time it well enough to get past the dive at mid-off, though.
I'll tell you what, though, if Durham do survive, it will be an even more fascinating winter for Hampshire.
Yeah, you'd think they would, wouldn't you, at this stage? At this stage of the game, you would think Durham would have enough to to ensure survival. Cricket's a funny game, but 10 wickets. Pulled away, short ball, not timed again by Bartlett, but I think that's going to run to the boundary. It does. Gets off the mark with 4 over square leg. Attempted bumper from Chris Wright, didn't really get up. George Bartlett just waiting for it on the back foot. Takes the score up to 196 for 6, 64 overs. Because you'd think with Durham there, deficit now of what, 100?
109.
Yeah, it would take a bad batting performance to not make Yorkshire bat again with 10 wickets, which will obviously then just take more time out of the game. And as well, if there's plenty of seam being bowled, it's not a case of just forever being able to keep playing on day 4 either, is it? There is a set cut-off.
Indeed, there is. So we'll see the return here of Liam Travaskis. He's got the sunnies on. Got Sol Budinger under the lid at short leg. Rishi Patel also donning the sunglasses in at first slip. And as for the rest of the field, well, it's a 5-4 in favour of the onside. Facing up first will be the youngster, Stuart Vanderva.
Another result in. Essex have beaten Somerset by 7 wickets down at Chelmsford. Another one in the books.
And they too are safe. Which that almost would have been inconceivable, wouldn't it? For an Essex side featuring the likes of Dean Elgar, Simon Harmer, Sam Cook, Jamie Porter, Jordan Cox as well.
Down the leg side, a big appeal for OBW. Nothing from the umpire whatsoever. Ball just balloons into the offside. Travaskis can't quite believe it. It was there to be hit, wasn't it, by Vanderva? Just mistimed the shot. So it's Kent down at Canterbury. They've got 3 wickets remaining. They trail by 238 against Derbyshire. And again, an appeal for OEW. Gloucestershire, 101 for 1, trail by 247 down at Middlesex. In the game here, Northants still trail by 305 with 4 wickets remaining. Just the 4 matches going on.
Turning into gorgeous few minutes here as well in Northampton. The clock ticks ever closer to 12 o'clock. Sun just peering through the blanket of cloud overhead.
Nicely played, Vanderva. Off the back foot, just let the ball run into him. Shorter from Travaskis. Another couple moved to 38. Yeah, it's nice overhead, isn't it? It's pretty dark around the ground, though. Pretty gloomy. I think we're okay weather-wise today. I don't think we're expecting any mishaps with precipitation. About half an hour to go in this morning session. Could obviously be extended depending on how the next 30 minutes plays out here at Wantage Road. But as it stands, it'll be 30 minutes until the end of this session. It's not like it's done plenty. The ball, it's not like Leicestershire have been all over Northamptonshire this morning. 2 drop catches, I suppose, off Vanderva could paint a very, very different picture. But the ball hasn't beaten the outside edge over and over again. Travaskis hasn't exploited huge turn. Eight down at Kent. Another one's gone. Zach Chappell this time with the wicket. Corey Flintoff, the man to depart. So 2 to go for Derbyshire at Kent. Kent with a bit of a miserable season, 114 points from 14 matches, 2 victories, one of which came. Did they even come the opening 2 rounds of the season? They did, didn't they?
They were top of the table.
Yeah.
After round 2.
Inside edge from Bartlett. They come back for a second, they will. Brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire with that shot from George Bartlett. 200 for 6 off 66 overs. So that victory for Derbyshire, assuming it happens, just cement their spot at 3rd place in the table, won't it?
Which represents a real good turnaround. That does. I know there were quite a few questions heading into this season about the overall project and the overall success of what Mickey Arthur and the club are building. But let's face it, they've had one of the signings of the season in Caleb Jewell. I mean, that was inspired. He has been nothing short of superb all summer long. And this year, it feels like the bowlers have stood up as well. It's good to have Ben Aitchison back. He's had quite a few issues with injuries, especially in his back. Good young seam bowler, possesses decent pace, moves the ball a lot.
Down the leg sides, I think that's thigh pad. There's an appeal from Rishi Patel, but nothing from anybody else.
And just going into the future as well, you spoke about Harry Moore yesterday. He's definitely someone to keep tabs on. Joe Hawkins as well. Rory Hayden, Amrit Basra, who is formerly of Northamptonshire's pathway. He's now applying his trade at the county ground in Derby. Feels like there's been a new chapter turned at Derbyshire. 3rd place, even though they would have loved to have got in the top 2, return to the top flight. Still think they've had a very good season. And for large chunks of it, they were almost the front runners of the chasing pack, weren't they? Leicestershire have been head and shoulders in Division 2. But Glamorgan, they had that stretch from May to late July. And well, that completely flipped the narrative on its head. It will be the Welsh outfits alongside Leicestershire competing in Division 1 next season.
Change of angle for Liam Travaskis this time as the sun takes a bit of a break here at Northampton. Short leg in place and Rishi Patel at 1st slip. Nicely timed by Vanderva. Can't find a gap in the leg side. Really packed that side of the grounds of Leicestershire now. Just trying to get Vanderva to play round one here from Travaskis. Flighted delivery and flighted so much it's a full toss, which is deposited and dispatched down to deep mid-wicket for 4. Moves himself to the 40s.
Vanderva now just 8 runs shy for maiden first-class 50 on his debut. He's had to graft, hasn't he? He's really had to grind away late on in the session yesterday, as well as the early exchanges today. And this is what you want to see. You want to see a bit of grit and graft out in the middle. Yes, he's had a little bit of fortune with those drops, but you've just got to reset after them.
Oh, it's in the air. Evade Sol Buttinger at short leg. Falls safely. Buttinger looks disgusted with himself that he didn't throw himself from short leg to take the catch. End of the over, 68 done, 204 for 6. 7 for the break was the call. Leicestershire will, of course, if it gets that far, have a new ball available. 12 overs time. And Vanderva, 42 off 92. Bartlett, 6 off 15. And it's Scrimshaw, Whitehouse, and Ramesh. First job for Northamptonshire, just to tick through these final 20 or so minutes. Change of bowling from the David Capel end as well, just for something different to have a look at. It's going to be Logan Van Beek replacing Chris Wright. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24. 2 slips in place. Other than that, a pretty spread field for George Bartlett. 2 on the leg sides for that short ball, and he starts with a wide one outside off stump.
It's definitely gone a little bit colder, hasn't it? You can see that. I think Chris Wright has put on an extra layer. Imagine that Ian Holland's hand-warming pouch will be getting quite a bit of attention as well. A few supporters just popping the beanie hats on. Definitely got that September chill.
Yeah, it's got pretty gloomy again out there, hasn't it? Dark cloud has just drifted across here at Northampton. I don't think it will last for long. Short ball, quick single taken. Bartlett and Vanderva judged that well. Change of angle for Van Beek with the left-handed Vanderva on strike. Bartlett did get that 100 up at Grace Road last summer for Northamptonshire. Certainly some comments from the Leicestershire fielders with regards to the proximity of Vanderva to this half century. Just heard that through the effects mic. Couldn't tell you who it was, but short ball. Ducked underneath it. Short leg side boundary. And the comment was along the lines of, well, he's got to go for it, hasn't he? If I had 50p to put on one of the Leicestershire players, I'd probably put it on Sol Buttinger. Short ball tactic potentially for Van Beek to Vanderva. Goes again. It's pulled away nicely. It's down to Josh Hull, who can't stop it. Drops over the boundary rope. Well signalled by co-commentator and part-time umpire Aaron Biles here in the box. Bit of panache on that, Aaron. Quite like that. I enjoyed it.
I quite enjoyed the shot.
That was a nice shot. Well played. Should have been stopped. Josh Hull should have kept that inside the boundary rope, but reacted quite late to it, actually. Didn't have much ground to make up. Stopped it, but couldn't stop the momentum. So Vanderva moves to 46. Make that 47. Drops it into the leg side for a single. 3 away from a maiden first-class 50 for Vanderva.
Retains the strike as well, doesn't he?
Would you describe yourself as a generally flamboyant umpire if you were to take that role on?
I'm going to be honest. I think I'd be in the mould of Billy Bowden. Great entertainer, wasn't he?
Umpires just coming together. I think they're going to call for the floodlights to be turned on. They have indeed. The ground staff have to head off and push the big red button to turn the lights on here at the county grounds. We'll get inside the shed first by the looks of it. To turn those on. And I wonder whether that might have been the reason as to why Josh Hull picked that up quite late. Because it's that side of the ground, isn't it, that's where the cloud is at the moment. With the way that the wind's moving, it's changed direction a touch, so it's coming up from the southwest today. Full toss from Travaskis. Single taken to that man, Josh Hull. Vanderva moves to 48. Nine minutes past 12.
Well, Leicestershire being made to work for this, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, with obviously the blot is the dismissal of save, isn't it? But it's guided by George Bartlett up towards the members. I don't think it's going to reach the rope. It's not well chased down. And Vanderva erring on the side of caution there and turning down the third. Floodlights just coming into just warming up. There must be a very, very obvious and easy answer as to why this happens, but it always amazes me that the floodlights do take some time, don't they, to warm up. Can you imagine walking into the living room at home and needing to wait 5 minutes or so for the light to turn on above your head? But it is gloomy. It's gloomy out there at the minute. Obviously, they did take a reading, didn't they? Yesterday evening at 5 o'clock. The umpire on the radio potentially just asking for the meter to be walked out.
Kent now 9 wickets down in Canterbury. Matt Parkinson dismissed for a 6-ball duck, so Derbyshire just 1 wicket away from the win. Kent still trail by 229 runs in that game, where there has been a wicket at Headingley. Emilio Gay dismissed for 9 from 42 balls by George Hill.
He played George Bartlett call of 2, but I think it will just be 1. Yeah, it's all moving along. There's been a wicket at Lords as well. Gloucestershire are 2 down now.
I'll tell you what, a second wicket before lunch would make it interesting, wouldn't it? In Leeds, especially if it was Alex Lees, formerly of Yorkshire, born in Halifax.
Yeah, the challenge is really for Durham is, well, say one of several challenges is the fact they've not really gone anywhere, have they? Best part of 18 overs for 26 runs. They've taken time out of the game, but they're still in deficit of over 100. It does look very dark out there, Aaron, doesn't it? I don't want to be the guy that kind of just talks about the light, but it's hard to see this is any better than what it was yesterday afternoon. At this moment, well played, Vanderva. Van Beek steaming in from the David Capel end. Standing umpire again, taking a glance over his shoulder towards the balcony, the match referee's office.
It goes back to that factor which we spoke about yesterday, when you start seeing the shadows appearing, which you can see here with Van Beek. It's always a telltale sign that the artificial light is beginning to really come into effect. Tricky passage of play this, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? Round about 14, 15 minutes remaining in this, the morning session.
Yeah. Umpires on the radio once again. Yeah, we're getting closer to that lunch break, aren't we? As I say, I don't think this patch of cloud above us will last for a long time, but chopped into the leg side. Another single take, and Vanderva moves to 49. One away from a maiden first-class 50 for the youngster. So that's another little bit of jeopardy, doesn't it, to Vanderva's day? On debut, up against it.
Well, that's what it's been. Let's not forget that he came in yesterday after that dismissal of Justin Broad and had to just survive. And he did survive. It was the same case this morning as well.
Yeah, two umpires coming together. The non-standing umpire did put the meter down above the bails as they walked from one side to the other with the change of batters. I suppose they could take an early lunch here, Aaron, if that was a good piece of kind of time management there. Talking about 10 minutes to the break. Give it 10 minutes to brighten up. But it looks like we're good to continue. As Travaskis hands the jumper and cap over to the umpire. So good news, we won't be going off for any bad light. 216 for 6. 71 overs in this inning. So 9 overs to go for Leicestershire to receive that second new ball. First slip in place. Quick single taken, a very quick single to Ian Holland. And it's 50 for Vanderva. 50 on debut. Raises the bat to the balcony. What a fantastic innings that has been from the young man in the middle order. 50 off 103 deliveries. All kinds of pressure being implemented upon him by Leicestershire, whether it be the bowlers, the scoreboard, the partnership, the situation. And he stood up. He's chalked up a debut 50.
20 years old, by the way, Stuart Vanderva. Might as well give him a shot in the T20s next season as well. Just give him T20 debut, see if he can round out the hat trick. Genuine play and a miss there from George Bartlett. But yeah, 59 on his list day debut. Didn't quite get started, did he, in the first innings, but second innings, much improved from the former Surrey Twos and Academy player. Also worth mentioning, for those who maybe haven't been tuned in for all 4 days, Stuart Vanderva had a bit of a trial spell at Leicestershire. Also spent some time with the Kent Twos in 2024 before landing at Northamptonshire in 2025. And it was 2 scores in the 90s against Surrey, which really led to the catalyst of him becoming a first-team cricketer. Scored 90 from 79 against the Brown Caps second 11 at Peterborough Town. Also scored 95 against Surrey Twos at Dunstable. So from there, it's just been a nice rise for the youngster. He's had to bat in some very tricky and challenging conditions against a very apt and capable Leicestershire bowling unit. And it appears, Dan, that we're going to have a change of bowling, aren't we, from the David Capel end. It'll be Rishi Patel with the right arm off breaks.
Yeah, a couple of overs to go before lunch. 72 over old cricket ball. Not offering a great deal, is it, for the seamers? The umpires have had that light meter out as well. Could that have been a factor that's gone to Ian Holland? Because Logan Van Beek's only bowled 2 overs in that spell. So I dare say, actually, as much... Now I've said everything that I've said, the likelihood seems to be that the umpires have said to Ian Holland that you can stay out there, but type conversation. It's going to be the off spin of Rishi Patel. It's nicely placed by Vanderva. Van Beek with a long chase down to the boundary. Keeps it inside, saves the team 1. Takes the score up to 220 for 6.
We have got a result in Canterbury as well. So Kent have been bowled out for 198. And Lewis Rees caps off the campaign with a fifer, leading wicket taker in Division 2. So congratulations to Lewis Rees and, of course, to Derbyshire. So, yeah, we are one of 3 matches currently taking place on the final day of the season. Those other games being Middlesex versus Gloucestershire at Lords. Gloucestershire 119 for 2. Still trail the Saxes by 229. Of course, the showpiece one in Division 1. Durham versus Yorkshire. Durham currently 26 for 1 after 19 overs. And you can tell now, I imagine it will be the same in the afternoon. Maybe not to the exact same extent, but it's just a case of batting for survival.
Gapped again by Vanderva. I think you've just got to play. I don't necessarily think survival comes into it, Aaron, to be honest. It's such a huge task ahead, isn't it, with 2 sessions to go? You just have to play. If you bat out there to survive, then all of a sudden you end up with fielders all around the bat. That bit of extra pressure goes on there. But I certainly don't see Northamptonshire coming out after lunch and taking the long handle to it to try and chase this score down. But I know exactly what I do know what you're saying. One before the break. It's the call from Leicestershire. Guided behind point. It'll be a long, long chase for Chris Wright, who I think those will be the moments that he will be grateful not to have to think about doing again in first-class cricket or on a cricket field. The running in and getting the ball to nip and nibble around, I suspect, is probably quite good fun for someone of the skill of Chris Wright. Having a little dip at the end of an innings with bat in hand as well, probably a lot of fun. But those chases in the outfield to keep the ball inside the boundary rope, the dives, the ones on the end of your fingers. There'll be the moments that I think you'll look back on and go, do you know, I don't miss those.
No, definitely not. It's funny you mentioned the batting, though.
Nicely timed by George Bartlett. No run.
Because Wright was 8 not out, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So he's finished with a red inker.
Good for the average.
Always good for the average. I always think that's very fitting when it's the case, especially with a lower order bat. Don't get dismissed on your final game. Always a bonus, isn't it?
Piece of fielding by Sol Budinger. End of the over. 74 now have been bowled in this innings. The score is 225 for 6. 4 minutes, we think, will be the time to the lunch break. Leicestershire, 4 wickets. The partnership between Vanderva and Bartlett worth 36. Vanderva on 57. 57 off 108. He's on strike. Eskenazi at first slip. Budinger at short leg, and Rishi Patel with his off breaks from the David Capel end. Starts with a drag down outside off stump. Well fielded by Johnny Tattersall in the covers, who he himself has had an impressive debut here for Leicestershire over the course of this week. That won a full toss for Rishi Patel, which has worked into the leg side for a single. Get this over and one more. I think if a wicket falls, would they take the extra half an hour with 3 to go? It's hard to know, isn't it, really? It's, well, at that point there, you're kind of asking, I'm asking you to be a mind reader, I suppose. Looks like Johnny Tattersall fancies a bowl. Trying to catch the eye of Ian Holland, just rolling the shoulders over. Single taken easily into the offside. There's not exactly been a huge amount of turn on offer, has there, from the... I appreciate Rishi Patel is, well, part-time. But Travaskis hasn't exactly had a lot to grip off this surface. They'll certainly be waiting for that second new ball after lunch. Inside edge. Evades everything for Vanderva. Outside edge that time. End of the over. Leicestershire will get round quickly. So I think we'll get one more in before the break. And I think it is actually going to be Johnny Tattersall to bowl the final over of the session from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. And even you, Aaron, I don't suspect you'll have that much information about Johnny Tattersall's bowling record in your dossier of information.
I do have a feeling I've seen him bowl before. I'm just trying to figure out when.
Well, I can tell you, first-class cricket, Johnny Tattersall has bowled 10 overs. He's conceded 66 runs, but he has got 2 for 27 best bowling figures for Johnny Tattersall in first-class cricket.
Who was that against?
That's a fantastic question that is going to require some more information. Off breaks of Johnny Tattersall. It was unlikely to be high pace, I suppose, for the wicketkeeper. Oh, it was in the Roses match as well. 2 for 27 against Lancashire, way back in 2022. Who do you reckon he got? Who were the wickets?
Was one of them Keaton Jennings?
One of them was Keaton Jennings.
That's where it was. That's where it was. I knew it.
The other, George Lavelle.
Oh, that's a real full toss and just helped on its way down towards the heavy sweep for 4 runs. Always difficult, isn't it, for a part-time spinner to come on and well, just immediately settle into the groove. Tattersall's bowling leg spin here, just by the looks of it. Judging by the action, the ball before that was an attempted leg break, just kept a little bit low.
That one certainly was.
I can't believe I still remember that wicket at Keaton Jennings.
Neither can I, Aaron.
That is somewhere.
And neither can anybody else watching the live stream.
That was locked deep away, and it's just been
in the vault.
Yeah.
Occasional bowling from known wicket keepers.
Well,
Archive 2022.
There's a big one which took place at this ground. Michael Burgess getting Rob Keogh out in 2023.
Top edge on the sweep from Vanderva. Down to fine leg. Will just be a couple. One delivery left in the morning session. Hopefully after this break as well, these heavy clouds above us break apart or drift further across the ground, because it doesn't look nice out there. Slip in place. And a single taken to Josh Hull to end what has been a good morning session for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, just losing the 1 wicket. Out of safe say being dismissed for 58. The bowling of Josh Hull. Good catch by Stephen Eskenazi at gully. And Northamptonshire walk off 235 for 6 after 76 overs in this innings. The deficit is still 266. Big mountain to climb. But that's the morning session done, folks. We'll be back in about 40 minutes when the afternoon resumes and play resumes once we've had a lunch break.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Well, we're back. I think we're back a little bit earlier than we thought we were going to be as well. Players have had their lunch and ready to go again. It's Rishi Patel from the David Capel end. Score is 2-3-5 for 6. My name is Dan Jasvix, joined by an out-of-breath Aaron Viles as he's had to sprint back across the gantry to get to the microphone. Hey, who doesn't enjoy punctuality?
Precisely.
Anyway, it's Vanderva and it's George Bartlett in the middle for Northamptonshire. Inside 4 overs to go until this second new ball becomes available. Yeah, I've just looked actually on the site here. Play to resume at 10 minutes past 1. And the players were back out and ready to go at 4 minutes past 1. Slip and a short leg in place for Rishi Patel. Leicestershire need 4 wickets as that's driven through what would be a second slip by Stuart Vanderva. Thick outside edge, wide of Eskenazi. George Bartlett comes through to complete the third. Vanderva now into the 60s. Well, how important will this second new ball be, Aaron? 3 overs away. Is it light enough for the second new ball? That's another question to think about, isn't it? It's brighter than what it was before the lunch break, but a long way from being blue skies above.
It has gotten lighter though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the key. You can't see the shadows as prominently on the outfield. Will be a continuation of spin though. Yeah, just looking at this innings from Stuart Vanderva, it's a career best full stop, because that 59 on debut was the previous best. Scored 123 runs over the course of those 3 one-day cup matches. So I'm happy for him. Always nice to see a young player just putting together an innings like this, showing real maturity throughout the game.
Quicker ball from Travaskis. Just runs it across Vanderva. Yeah, he's grown into the innings, hasn't he? I think would be fair to say. Understandably nervy to start. A couple of lives this morning. Got dropped off the bowling of Logan van Beek and then off the bowling of Liam Travaskis as well. At the moment, it's all pretty sedate. Not much turn. Not much pace in the pitch for the seamers. Will be a lot of pressure on the Leicestershire quicks as that second new ball gets taken. Still plenty of cricket left to play, though. Swept away by Vanderva, and that'll be 4. He moves to 69. And I think Leicestershire will be a bit disappointed with the way that Travaskis has bowled here on day 4. He started this innings, or started the day, with 3 wickets to his name already. Rob Keogh, James Sales and Justin Broad in that Northamptonshire middle order. Just hasn't really been able to apply any pressure or control. Possibly then forced the seamers to bowl a bit more than what they would have wanted to. 244 for 6 after 78. Bartlett, the other man, he's 19 not out. Swept by Bartlett. That'll be another 4. No fielder down there on the leg side. He moves into the 20s. Ball thuds into the boundary boards. Down at deep backward square. 248 for 6.
He's got time here, hasn't he, George Bartlett? Just looking at the previous high scores from this season. Scored an unbeaten 60 against Kent. 66 against Derbyshire as well. It's been found predominantly down the batting order. But he has still got Vanderva out there with him. Could be a nice chance to just cash in and score some proper runs. Finish the season off on a high.
Nicely played, nicely timed by Vanderva. Through the leg side, adds another 4. Chalks up Northamptonshire's 250. 253 for 6. Well, you've got to say, Aaron, it'll be a tough, 12 to 15, maybe even 20 overs of seam with this second new ball that will get taken in about 5 minutes' time. Pulled away again for 4. If Northamptonshire can navigate their way through that period of play, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that there is a draw on the cards here.
No, I think that's a very solid point. Of course, the caveat is, though, after these 2, it is the tail. So it's Scrimshaw, Ben Whitehouse and Van Ramesh. This is nice from Stuart Vanderva. Just taking the attack to Rishi Patel, and admittedly, there were 2 full tosses. But we saw it yesterday, didn't we? He had a low full toss which wasn't dispatched. One was just spooned away in the end towards mid-off on the bounce. So I think that's a crystal clear example of the increased confidence that is surging through his veins right now. Northamptonshire 258 for 6. Vanderva has 78 of those. George Bartlett, meanwhile, is on 24.
Travaskis then from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. You can see the drift that he's able to get on the ball. As he wraps the finger around it as he releases it, just not getting that turn, not getting the bite. The seam will be softer now, which will be a contributing factor. Ian Holland is getting loose and limbered down below us here. He's currently fielding at mid-on.
He'll be eager, won't he, to take that second new ball.
Yeah, who takes it with him?
Has to be Chris Wright, surely.
For nostalgia?
Well, no, for his game performance. I think he's been absolutely exquisite with it so far. 3 wickets in the first, 2 in the second innings. Has racked up maiden over after maiden over after maiden over. Yeah. So I'd give it between Holland and Wright personally.
Yeah, I wonder whether Leicestershire, well, I think I can see him warming up, but they're going to go for that bit of extra express pace, aren't they? For Logan Van Beek with Ian Holland, which I don't mind as a tactic. Well stopped by Sol Bodinger at short leg. And that is 80 overs completed. I suspect that cricket ball will be deposited down to the boundary edge as quick as possible, and the new one will be taken. So Ian Holland will bowl from the David Capel end, and as I've just spoken up Logan Van Beek, looks like Chris Wright is loosening those legs up as well. 258 for 6 after 80. Will the new ball hold the key for Leicestershire? They just picked up 1 wicket in that morning session. Vanderva on 78. George Bartlett, the man on strike, he's on 24.
It's been an early wicket after lunch at Lord's. Ollie Price, man dismissed. It's been clean bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones. Still 67 overs left as well, so maybe there's a chance for Middlesex to force a result there. I think a Gloucestershire win would be miraculous at this stage with a deficit of 206. All eyes, though, are on Headingley. Durham 29 for 1 after 25 overs of play. Alex Lees digging in for his life. 18 from 78. And Ben McKinney, who's usually a little bit more of an expansive cricketer, well, he's on 2 from 29. So that is the task at hand for Durham if they are to retain their place in Division 1 come next season.
Vanderva against the new ball for the first time. Holland hides that one outside off stump. 2 slips in place for Leicestershire. Rishi Patel at first and Eskenazi at second. End of the over. The first over done with that second new ball. Survived by Northamptonshire. 259 for 6. Vanderva 78. Bartlett 25.
There's been a wicket at Headingley. Alex Lees is gone. Durham 29 for 2. Bowled by Dom Bess. Caught by Johnny Bairstow. So there could be some late drama in Leeds as we see Chris Wright ready to bowl here with the new ball. That doesn't surprise me at all, to be honest, Dan. As we said, Chris has been absolutely excellent with the new cherry in hand. Already has that pair of wickets. 2 for 18 from his 11 overs so far. Just marshalling the field here. 3 slips in the cordon. Backward points coming into position. So very much a heavy offside field here for the 40-year-old seamer. Yet more alterations as well. Deep fine leg has gone to long leg.
Good take by Ben Cox. That one just keeping low as it goes past the off stump of George Bartlett. You think in the context of the game, it's unlikely Bartlett or Vanderva suddenly play a big flashy drive against Wright or Holland. So not necessarily going to have to find a magic ball, but just really, really settle in on that corridor about there, maybe a little bit tighter. Make sure that Bartlett and Vanderva have to play. Left well alone, offering to shape away for Chris Wright. One inviting the drive. On offer, cut away over gully by George Bartlett for 4. Moves to 29.
Easy pickings, that wasn't it for George Bartlett in the end. He's gone about it nicely as well in this innings today.
He's looked organised for 29, hasn't he? There's George Bartlett. It's 2 overs of that new ball navigated and negotiated for these two. No damage done as yet. You wouldn't have said the new ball has done extravagant amounts through the course of the game, would you really, with the ones that have been taken? Northamp's got 2 in the first innings and didn't really get huge inroads. The one that Leicestershire had, again, took till the first and second change bowlers to come on to break Uchake and McManus. I think whilst there is a covering of live grass in the middle of the surface, it's very short. Vanderva on 78. 263 for 6. Ian Holland from the David Capel ends. And squared up, but played nicely in the end. That would just be 1 for Vanderva. Moves to 79.
Gone through the gears nicely, hasn't he, Vanderva? Just had to battle and scrap away in the latter stages of day 3. Same could be said about this morning as well. Again, some very testing bowling. Well, that is a quality shot on drive from George Bartlett's. That one hurtles away for 4 runs. Beautifully executed shot. Moves him into the 30s. As you said, Dan, just looks very organised in the middle so far. Looks cool as ice in the middle.
Whipped away down to Lewis Hill for a single. And the over, 270 for 6. George Bartlett on 35 will keep the strike.
Just looking at the weather forecast as well. Before today, appeared to be a few isolated showers, scattered showers, I think you'd call them, in and around Northampton. Just looking at the radar now, they do appear to be missing the town itself, going more towards Buckingham and Milton Keynes way.
Run starting to flow for Northamptonshire as Bartlett picks up another single. Chris Wright just hanging that one outside off stump. Three slips for Vanderva. Just defended on the top of the bounce. Leicestershire just doing their best to keep the energy levels high. Want anything to go too flat. Just hasn't got that zip off the surface, has it? On the 4th day here at Wantage Road. Doesn't only make it challenging for the bowlers, but then also does make it challenging for the batters as well. I want that bit of pace on the ball, a bit of zip. A bit of reward for timing the ball. Maybe we'll see an early bowl from Liam Travaskis with his second new ball. Bit of a prouder seam, might get a little bit more purchase out of the surface. But you'd say it's not asked questions of yet. I don't think it's really gone past the outside edge of the bat. I don't think this second new ball as yet. On down the leg side, an appeal from Rishi Patel at first slip. Good take by Ben Cox. Nothing from the bowler, nothing from the keeper, and most importantly, nothing from the umpire either. Slips in place, waiting for a nick. Don't get it this time. Chris Wright trying to get the ball to seam or just swing away from Vanderva, unable to do so. You can see really by the proximity of the slip cord and the wicket keeper to the stumps, just how they see this surface playing. It's slow, they're close, they're nearby. And those outside edges that we have seen this morning, yes, one off the seamer was a genuine edge. There's been another one at least that just didn't carry. I think the one off the back foot off Travaskis to Rishi Patel, we can discount that. Ian Holland to Bartlett this time. 2 slips for the captain and left confidently alone by Northamptonshire's number 8.
It's a nice length, that, though, isn't it, from Ian Holland? In the end, a nice piece of judgment from George Bartlett. Continues to show great discipline out there.
Down the leg side, what a take again. And Ben Cox, athleticism at its very best. End of the season, tired bodies. Cox still throwing himself down the leg side.
Tends to be the case, though, doesn't it, with wicket keepers? Because there's plenty of energy.
Nicely timed by George Bartlett. Straight at Johnny Tattersall, finds himself at mid-wicket. It's just one of those, it's one of those days, isn't it? And kind of has been like one of those games with the fact that the championship is sorted. There's no relegation, there's no jeopardy for Northamptonshire. It's a case of setting your own standards, your own personal milestones. I'm sure both sets of players would like to win, of course, or would have liked to have won at the start of the game, but in the grand scheme of things, yes, they all matter, but it feels like some matter more than others. But Vanderva, he set his own standard. He's 79 not out. Safe Zabe, you saw the disappointment that he showed. He was dismissed by Josh Hull for 58. Man that scored over 1,300 runs, disappointed to be dismissed for 58. And that is the edge, is it? No. That's just nipped off the surface, as George Bartlett has indicated. He did have a little bit of a poke at it, didn't follow it, crucially. It moved beautifully from Ian Holland, so much so that I thought that had tickled the outside edge of George Bartlett's world-class willow.
It's a gem of a delivery, isn't it? From the former Hampshire man.
1-2 wide and watched into the gloves of Ben Cox. End of the over. 85 now have been completed. 270 for 6. Northamptonshire. 79 for Vanderva. 35 for Bartlett. Still the 3 slips for Chris Wright. Down the leg side. That's not missed leg stump by much at all. By signalled. Vanderva has got himself into a bit of a tangle there. Misread the line of it from Chris Wright. Well, crucially for Vanderva, it's missed everything, but it was not far away from leg stump at all. 4 buys. A few runs ticked onto the board. Vanderva still in the 70s. It feels like this ball's just starting to offer a little bit. Maybe now that that lacquer has worn off, or starting to wear off at least.
It's just about putting it in the right areas though, isn't it? As we saw on day one, Northamptonshire's short ball ploy, in hindsight and probably at the moment itself, if truth be told, was not the right way to go about it. Offered easy pickings for the likes of Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel. It's all about channel bowling with the new ball here at Wantage Road.
That is the edge. I don't know if that's carried. I think it has, judging by the reaction of Sol Budinger and Chris Wright in particular. It was very close. Rishi Patel trying to get the fingers underneath the ball, scoop it up off the grass. And if it did carry, which I think it did, Stuart Vanderva has had a third reprieve, all of which have been by Rishi Patel. Oh, and that's a beauty. That's incredibly well left by Vanderva. Chris Wright cannot believe it. 20 plus years of cricket, and Chris Wright will have struggled to have bowled a better delivery than that one. Must have been so close to brushing the off bail.
That would have been some follow-up, wouldn't it? Just looking at the replay, it did bounce before Rishi Patel there. So it's one of those, it's just fallen slightly short. Didn't have enough carry. It's definitely got the radar working in this over, though.
Quick single taken to Josh Hull. They've targeted Hull at mid-off for those singles. Moves to 80. Keeps the strike as well after 86 overs. 275 for 6, the score.
Nice intent shown there, wasn't it, by Stuart Vanderva. Moves into the 80s. Bartlett going nicely on 35 as well. Just a little bit of a question, really, for both yourself, Dan, and for those watching on in the YouTube live stream. This is the 414th and final appearance for Chris Wright as a professional cricketer. What do you say has been your favourite Chris Wright moment from over the years? I can think of many a moment from both his time at Leicestershire and Warwickshire. He's always been a very vibrant, energetic, lively character. I know that some Leicestershire fans will probably say the moment he got his 500th wicket in first-class cricket. Of course, the 2023 Metro Bank One Day Cup final was immense on that day. So too was Josh Hull, in fairness. Bowled very well at the death. And of course, earlier on in his career, well, the man himself spoke about it yesterday. There was a spell that he shared with the new ball at New Road in 2012, which is still spoken about by Warwickshire fans as though it happened last week. They absolutely tore Worcestershire to shreds. So yeah, let us know for those watching on in the stream.
I think I'd have to side with Chris himself, I think. He spoke fondly, didn't he, yesterday about that trophy win for Leicestershire a couple of seasons ago. Special moment, not only for the county, but also for Chris Wright. I'd have thought he'd have a highlight of speaking to us two in the commentary box yesterday.
Oh, that one aerial just about gets in the gap out towards deep extra cover. And that will be 4 more runs for Stuart Vanderva, who's now just 16 runs away from being a centurion in professional cricket. Regardless of the outcome of this game, you look at those performances in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, you look at this batting display, just sending a message, isn't he, to Darren Lehman. Is that one full and driven again? Good stop in the end. Saves 3 runs. Logan van Beek it was. Always nice, isn't it, to have these youngsters almost competing for places, providing that strength in depth.
I mean, we don't see everything behind the scenes, do we? That the coaches see day by day. So what is Stuart Vanderva like as a pro? What's he like at training? What's his attitude like in the dressing room? And we don't see that. But this 85 not out that he's got, and he's 15 away now from what would be an incredible moment, is something that you have to notice, isn't it? If you'd have had this opportunity at the back end of the season and you'd have walked away with, I don't know, a 5 and a 21, it's quite easily forgotten, isn't it? Whether you've shaped up well, whether you've got unlucky, whether you've been a judged LBW, or whether you've had faced the best ball of your life, it's easy to go, it was 26 runs through the course of 2 innings. It's fine. But if you can round this year off on debut, I know it's a long way away, 13 runs still, with 3 figures to your name. I mean, that's something that carries some weight through the off-season, isn't it?
It is. And there would have been a few schools of thinking that this is a dead rubber. There's nothing on the line. Why should you go out and play your best game? But I think this is a real testament to the character of Stuart Vanderva. That one just ran off the face of the bat down towards deep third. Will be another single. Moves the 20-year-old onto 88 runs. And it goes back to that word, we brought it up a lot on commentary, but intangibles, you can't measure them. There aren't statistics for how much desire, for how much heart, how much grit, resolve, resilience an individual has. You either possess it, you either don't possess it, or it's something which can be worked upon. And I think it's always a great barometer for young professionals. Well, have you got the ticker? Have you got the mettle? And Stuart Vanderva is showing that across formats so far. And that is why he got that contract extension. Bartlett has a little bit of a fish outside the off stump. And I think the fact that he has earned that contract extension probably gives us the answer to that previous hypothesis that you just spoke about there, Dan, about what's he like off the field. Because Darren Lehman, we all know, is all about standards. He expects the absolute best of his players, day in, day out, regardless of situation. Something strikes me about Stuart Vanderva as fitting that kind of character.
Yeah, he's certainly shown the ticker today, isn't he? Understandably nervy at the start. Had a few play and misses. A life here or there. But they don't give first-class caps away. They certainly don't give first-class achievements away either. A lot of work to do. He's getting ever closer to what would be an incredible debut. And it's not to... it's funny, isn't it? You think 12 runs doesn't really mean much. And it doesn't, really. 12 runs is 12 runs. It's, if you finished on 12, you'd go, well, that's disappointing. If you finished on 88, that would be really impressive. But again, it's one of those numbers that not easily forgotten, but doesn't carry as much weight, does it?
A century certainly sounds more impressive. It's that one, too straight from Chris Wright. Played out in front of square. There will be a chase on for the fielder. And in the end, the ball trickles away just in front of the Briggs and Forrester family stand for 4. Nice way for George Bartlett to end the over. Northamptonshire now just inching ever closer to the team 300. 88 overs have been bowled here at Wantage Road. And it will be Ian Holland removing the cap to continue here from the David Capel end. Two slips awaiting the cordon. Rishi Patel at first and Eskenazi at second. It's Vanderva straight away, calls for the quick single. And George Bartlett obliges. Moves him onto 89.
Leicestershire are 4 down now at Lords. 147 for 4. Trail by 201 still. Ollie Price dismissed by Roland Jones. Joe Phillips gone for 35 and James Bracey gone for a 13 ball duck. Miles Hammond and Graham Van Buren trying to tidy that game up. I think we've already spoken about it, but Durham trail Yorkshire by 72. They've just lost another wicket. 57 for 3, Durham. I think it's Ben McKinney. LBW to Jordan Thompson for 7. So trail by 72. David Beddingham is there, 23 not out. Ollie Robinson will be the next man. Will Rhodes, Graham Clark, Ben Rain, and then Matt Potts, Daniel Hogg, and Shafiqullah Ghaffari to round out the 11. So still a lot of batting to go for Durham, but lost 3 wickets already. What a shot that is by George Bartlett. Off the back foot, beautifully past Liam Travaskis for 4. Moves to 43.
That was just nonchalant, wasn't it, from George Bartlett? Rapidly got into position, waited for the ball to make connection with the bats, and rather stylishly guides it out into the open space on the offside for 4 runs. That is a tremendous shot. Moves him on to 43. Drop and run will be successful there. Good awareness displayed by both Bartlett and Vanderva. Well, that will be a very nervy afternoon, won't it? For both Durham fans and Hampshire fans. Something else to mention with regards to this partnership, has ticked over 100. Now stands at 104 between Vanderva and Bartlett. Vanderva again jets off towards the non-striker's end for the quick single. For the first time in his professional career, Stuart Vanderva moves into the nervous 90s. 10 away from a century on first-class debut. Not the first time he's reached 90 in the summer of 2025. Spoken already about his efforts against Surrey. That was what really brought him to the attention of Darren Lehman and the Northamptonshire coaching staff. He is finishing off the campaign. A very nice flourish. Logan van Beek also just going through slightly more vigorous warm-ups down towards the ComSave stand. Smattering of spectators around the ground here at Wantage Road, including quite a few travelling Leicestershire fans. Just below the players' balcony. Chris Wright once more making some slight alterations. He'll be desperate to get at least one more wicket as well, won't he? Already has the wickets of the two Northamptonshire openers. First up, it was Bachake in the 4th over, followed up by Lewis McManus in the 12th. But since then, Northamptonshire showing some good resolve. As Vanderva chops that away out towards deep backward point. Nice leave again there by George Bartlett. Three slips in the corner now for Chris Wright. Bartlett once more watches that one behind. James Taylor, the latest of the respective coaching staffs, to have a little bit of a wonder in front of us at the Lynn Wilson centre end. So good to see him back in a coaching capacity, isn't it? He really was a terrific cricketer, very stylish operator. Try continues to hang this outside the off stump of Bartlett. Will he bowl the next one a tad straighter, or will he keep it in the corridor of uncertainty? Still continues to display the 6-3 field. Budinger in the covers, Holland in at mid-off and Fielder down at deep backward. As Bartlett clips that away down towards deep fine leg for one. So there will be a change of bowling then from the David Capel end. Be Logan Van Beek to replace his captain Ian Holland. Currently wicketless in this fourth and final innings of the game. None for 32 from his 13 overs, 3 of which have been maidens. Also feels, Dan, that Josh Hull might have a pretty big role to play, just offers something a little bit different, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he'll come on before too long. He's down here in front of us at deep third. Just seen him there, just having a little bit of a stretch, adjusting the shoelaces, bootlaces for the big fast bowler. But another roll of the dice here for Ian Holland and Leicestershire. It didn't quite work, did it, for Holland himself and Chris Wright so far, both 5 overs each since taking this second new ball. Can Logan Van Beek extract anything more out of it with his extra pace? He's welcome being punched off the back foot by George Bartlett for a couple of runs. And then I suppose if we go for another 5 overs each of these two, which is a while, let's not kid ourselves, a lot of cricket to play. And you're back to, can Liam Travaskis settle in and bowl a good spell here with this second new ball? They won't get another one for the end of the day, if of course it goes that far. Oh, that's a beauty. How has that missed? It's missed everybody. It's gone through the gloves, I think, of Cox. And it's gone for 4 byes. Van Beek, he's got something out of this surface that nobody else has got through the course of this game.
Brings up the team 300 as well, doesn't it, for Northamptonshire? Just another thumping shot, that from George Bartlett. Half stopped by Sol Budinger. Low to his right. Would be nice to see Bartlett raise the bats. Would be his third 50-plus score of the season. Well, as for Stuart Vanderva, well, he's looking for his first ever professional century. He has got scoring options here against the Dutch international. 2 slips awaiting the cordon. But so far, appears to be completely unfazed by the fact that he's within 9 runs of 3 figures. As you observed earlier in the over, Dan, Josh Hall definitely going through his paces. Whether or not we'll see one more over Chris Wright and then Josh Hall, we'll have to wait and see. Something else just to draw your attention to as well. Northamptonshire are actually hovering around the required run rate. Hovering, exactly. So it would take an almighty effort from this point. It's another 198 runs for the victory. It goes back to what you said a few overs back. They're not just hanging in there. These two are playing a few shots and just moving the scoreboard along at a decent rate. And it will be Josh Hall then to replace Chris Wright. I'm just looking at now, maybe going off the field. Logan van Beek alongside him. And indeed he is. Chris Wright departs the field of play. So Van Beek is down there at long leg. Deep square leg is in play. Lewis Hill is at a wide-ish mid-on. Hull continuing with the theme of the 6-3 field. Slightly more spread out with one less slip. That one is short and guided away very nicely by Bartlett. Moves him on to 49. He's done it with a decent tempo as well. Hasn't allowed himself to get bogged down or stranded at one end of the field. Just playing the ball on its merits.
Two strike bowlers now though with Leicestershire, yes, they might, or Josh Hull in particular, might leak a few runs here or there, but he has that ability, that X factor. Van Beek kind of possesses the best of both, doesn't he? Can bowl with control and then also has that X factor delivery in him as well, as we saw that over before. Massive seam movement for the Dutch international. You can see just by the field, can't you, that's been set by Ian Holland for Josh Hull, that isn't that kind of bowler to hold his line and length.
That one played back down the ground. Bartlett's one run away from a 50. Quality partnership, this. Felt like Northamptonshire just needed a couple of players to stand up and be counted. These two have done that by the bucket load. Bartlett leaves that one again. Faced 87 deliveries so far as the former Somerset man. Tries to carve that away through the covers. Just runs it along the ground towards Johnny Tattersall. George Bartlett leaves the latest one well alone outside his off stump, so that will be a dot ball to finish the over. Just 2 runs from it. Northamptonshire 305 for 6 after 92 overs. Decent start that by Josh Hull.
You're not wrong. Another wicket has fallen at Lord's. Ryan Higgins gets his second. Leicestershire 170 for 5 now. Miles Hammond dismissed for 33. And in Division 1, Durham trail by 55. And they're 4 down. Beddingham is out. It's Will Rhodes and Ollie Robinson. 52 overs minimum remain in the day at Headingley. Jordan Thompson has 2 for 25. Not done yet, Hampshire.
Yeah, that's getting tense, isn't it? Especially when you get a player of David Beddingham's class out. Goodness me. A few hearts will be pounding up in the northeast. I imagine that Stuart van der Merwe's heart rate might be accelerating as well now. 94 from 165 deliveries, just 6 away. In theory, 1 clean strike from reaching 3 figures for the very first time as a professional cricketer. Well, that one tickled fine down towards the vacant space at deep fine leg. Now just 2 runs away from a maiden century in first-class cricket. Well controlled in the end by Stuart van der Merwe. Was nowhere near the awaiting gloves of Ben Cox. That is now a 10th boundary of the innings. That will be another single. Just drops it out towards mid-wicket for 1. Stuart van der Merwe moves on to 99. It's Bartlett on drive, quick single. Little bit of a juggle there by Ian Hollands, but Bartlett scampers safely home, and that will be a third 50 of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship campaign for George Bartlett. Comes off of 90 deliveries, includes 7 boundaries, and he has played an excellent hand here in just shepherding what could have been a very difficult start to the innings for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Well batted, George Bartlett. Batted very, very nicely indeed. So here is Van Beek to Stuart van der Merwe. Shorts, rifled away. He gives it a massive fist pump because on his first-class debut, Stuart van der Merwe becomes a centurion for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It's 103 from 168 deliveries, includes 11 fours. Well batted, Stuart van der Merwe. And everybody at this cricket ground is absolutely delighted. 20 years of age, just awarded that rookie contract at the club. And he is repaying Darren Lehman's faith to a very, very high standard indeed. What a knock this has been.
Absolutely fantastic for Stuart Vanderva. Back against the wall on debut. Pressure on for the young man. And both batters who have just passed milestones. The very next delivery, the back foot punch that George Bartlett has scored plenty of runs from through the course of this innings of 50. Hits it straight to the man and is dismissed immediately, having passed that half century. So it's 50 and out for Bartlett, 317 for 8. Now, Northamptonshire, and a wicket for Josh Hull.
Well, it brings the end of what has been a tremendous partnership between George Bartlett and Stuart Vanderva. They came together with the score on 189 for 6. Now, Northamptonshire 317 for 7.
Three to go then for Leicestershire. New man will be George Scrimshaw. And now they really will feel that they are into the tail. The new ball didn't work in the traditional sense. 13 overs into it. They break that partnership that was worth well over 100 between Vanderva and Bartlett.
So George Scrimshaw, the latest man to enter the middle. After this, it's Ben Whitehouse and Nirvan Ramesh. But regardless of the outcome of this game, Stuart Vanderva really has made an impression on the Northamptonshire faithful. I'm absolutely delighted for him. I really am. Always nice to see young players get rewarded with these opportunities, and even better when they grab them with both hands. So that one is bowled 2 shorts by Josh Hull.
Yeah, he'd scored 400s for the Surrey second 11. Stuart Vanderva, 2 in 2023, 1 in September 2024, and then the most recent in July 2025 against Somerset at the London School of Economics in New Malden. Earned the opportunity, didn't work at Surrey. You have to be someone incredibly special, hey, to work through that Surrey pathway. But has found a home and an opportunity at Wantage Road. Has taken it with both hands. And as I say, you walk away from the season with 100 to your name. That's something that's hard to ignore through the winter.
Let's not forget the context of when he came into bat as well. That's the other thing which immediately springs to mind. He came in yesterday in the dying embers of day 3. Really challenging, tough conditions. Had a couple of lives earlier today, but he's not let it get to him. He's not been fazed by it at all.
I think, again, it goes back to what we spoke about. You just have to play. There's so much time left in the game. Northamptonshire have been asked to bat for 5 sessions. You go out there and you don't look to score, or you bat defensively or play for the draw. Sooner or later, one of these guys is going to get you out. You have to go out there to play. You have to go out there to score. And for Vanderva, it's worked.
End of the over then for Josh Hull. One which brought about the breakthrough that the Foxes so desperately desired. That of George Bartlett for exactly 50 runs. The question now is, how does Vanderva go about it? Because Scrimshaw, he's not a number 11. I think that's completely doing his batting a disservice. He can definitely score a few handy runs, but he's just had Bartlett there, who also took the attack to the bowlers at times. He is the younger of the two, just 20 years of age and making his debut. I wonder if we'll see a slightly different approach now that Northamptonshire are into the tail.
No, I think is the answer. I think if things kind of transpire and Northamptonshire end up in, say, the final hour, and there's a number that's available to try and chase down, then maybe. But at this stage of the game, with so much time left, still got a session and a half to go, 50 odd overs worth of cricket to play through. Just carry on the way that Vanderva has batted. Whatever happens at the other end happens. It's not a case of marshalling the tail. It's not a case that but if and it is a massive if it gets down to those final 15 or 20 overs, and potentially things start getting played slightly differently, but you just have to play. For context, it's 183 runs are required from a minimum of 58 overs, and it will be a minimum with the seam bowlers on show for Leicestershire and just the one spinner in their lineup. Travaskis against the 9, 10, and 11 could be a very different prospect, couldn't it, compared to who he was bowling to earlier today. Getting that ball up above the eye line of the tail enders, tempting them. Do they want to play the big shot? They suck it into playing the big shot. Do they misread the flight of the ball?
I've just had a look at the score in Leeds.
They've lost another one, Durham.
They've lost another 2.
Oh, my word.
76 for 6.
Oh, dear.
Wow. Graham Clark gone for a 2-ball duck. There's still nearly 50 overs of the day's play left to go as well. George Hill it is doing the damage. Got Ollie Robinson, LBW first, and then Graham Clark nicking off to Mayank Agarwal. Yeah, Durham still trail by 52 runs. Goodness me, Hampshire might be given a lifeline. We'll have to wait and see. What we do know here at Wantage Road, though, is that Josh Hull will have ball in hands And he himself will now feel a little bit more confident. Got the important wicket of George Bartlett's. Very funky field, this as well. To Scrimshaw. Did suggest the short ball ploy, given the fact that Budinger is under the helmet at short leg. Deep fine leg is in place. I think that's Logan van Beek down there. Indeed, it is. Got square leg. And Stevie Eskenazi is in at leg gully. Wind continues to pick up here as well in Northampton. Flag's just fluttering slightly in the September breeze. Not sure I'd even coin that as a half appeal from Leicestershire then.
It's pretty damp, that one, wasn't it?
Quarter appeal, if that. Eighth appeal.
Generous. Still generous. I don't even know if it was one of the players that made the noise through the effects mic, was it?
I thought it was Ben Cox, personally. But even then, as one of those that was probably just out of instinct and reaction as opposed to conviction.
Well played, George Scrimshaw. You see what Josh Hull's trying to do there, can't you? Just bowl into the body of Scrimshaw. Budinger at short leg. Eskenazi on the 45. Another catcher just in front of square. And Lewis Hill tight at mid-on, just trying to get George Scrimshaw to pop that ball up on the leg sides. Man down there on the hook as well.
That one might be a little bit painful for George Scrimshaw. Just wears that one on the arm. I'm just looking through the session timings today. So
if you're looking at the session timings for here, Aaron, just make sure you add
2 minutes.
5 minutes away from it, or 6 or 7 or 2.
Very good point. But there's around about 43 overs remaining in theory. Oh, that one almost goes towards an awaiting Sol Budinger. It's in the dive, but to no avail. That will be a dot balls to finish, but of course, because we have the rigid timings, don't we, on day 4? So even though we did lose all of those overs yesterday, we can't actually have any added. It was 96 from the start. So in theory, there's around about 11 overs until tea. And the reason why I bring that up, Dan, is because we've had that chat about Liam Travaskis. We're seeing these spells from Logan van Beek and Josh Hull. Now that you've got George Scrimshaw out there, would you be tempted to give Travaskis a little bit of a look in this period before tea?
I think so. I think the two seamers here are bowling really well, aren't they, to be fair? And they've bowled. Van Beek's just starting his 4th over, so it's not been a long spell for either of them. Probably wouldn't change them just yet. But maybe after tea, if it hasn't quite worked, if they haven't got rid of George Scrimshaw just yet. It'll be interesting how he reacts to that badge that he's just picked up from Josh Hull, as to when that starts to just throb and sting a little bit. Whether it just causes a little bit of adrenaline start pumping through the veins for George Scrimshaw. But yeah, I don't mind a bit of left arm finger spin against the tail. Just never, because the thing is, you never know and I'll speak from experience on this one, but to a different standard for sure. But you just never quite know what your 9, 10, and 11 are going to do you?
As a member of the specialist 9, 10 and 11 club, can definitely vouch for that. But what you do see in the modern game with a lot of even tail enders, we're talking about those batting at number 11. So that one is met on the full, driven delectably by Stuart Vanderva, races along those practice wickets, and a good dive in the end prevents the boundary on being scored. Will be 3 runs in the end. Good cricket all round that, really, with the shot, the fielding and the running. But going back to that point about the modern tail ender, the vast majority of bowlers nowadays have a decent defence. That's not the issue. It's not an issue of seeing out a game for the final few overs. It's more a case of run scoring. That tends to be the undoing of many a side, regardless of the format. Saw it a lot in the One-Day Cup, when the final 10 overs, a lot of teams, Northamptonshire, may have fallen into the trap themselves. Just didn't have enough specialist batters available. And it was the tail having to get those final 50, 60 runs. And ultimately, in the end, regardless of how good your defence is, when runs are needed, that's when the difficulties arise. But no, Scrimshaw's got a good defence on him. So too has Nirvan Ramesh. Faced quite a few deliveries in the second 11 county championship.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really have a career as a professional cricketer and not have the ability to bat anymore, can you? Those days are long gone. Yes, the quality of the run scoring will diminish the further you go down the batting lineup. I think that's still a very good and fair and valid point that you've made. But you can't, there aren't really the walking wickets anymore in professional cricket. Great Yorker from Van Beek that's dug out by Scrimshaw. No single taken. I think there probably was one there if Vanderva wanted to take it. Dot ball to end then. 323 for 7 after 97 overs. So Northamptonshire just chipping away. Leicestershire need 3 wickets. Northamptonshire need plenty. It's Vanderva on 106. Scrimshaw now on 2. Got himself off the mark. Will have a bit of Liam Travaskis. I think a late call for Ian Holland to take Josh Hull out of the attack. Just the 3 overs. Got the wicket of George Bartlett. Broke that partnership that was worth around 120. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. You get hooked from the attack by your captain. Tough gig for Josh Hull there. After a bit of an inspection of the cricket ball, I'm not really sure what's gone on. Read into the body language of the umpire there as you wish to do so. Quite sure what was being checked for or what was being reviewed or implied or whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure, but Liam Travaskis is going to come on. The confusion with the ball has caused a delay in play because Ben Cox now has no helmet and requires one to do so to be able to stand up to the left arm finger spinner. So we are going to have a little bit of a longer delay here. And it just proves how much of a last-minute decision it was by Ian Holland to replace Josh Hull with Travaskis.
Durham are 7 down. Durham have lost a 7th at Leeds. Ben Rain has fallen to the bowling of Dom Bess. Just goes to show, doesn't it, the twists and turns of first-class cricket. In theory, all Durham had to do was bat out the day. But they really are under the pump now against the Yorkshire bowling attack, who appear to have their tails up, and Vanderva drops that into the empty space at point for 1. So if things continue with that trend, that pattern, wickets continue to tumble, it will be Durham heading back down to the 2nd division. I imagine that a few of those viewers on the Yorkshire live stream will be of a Hampshire persuasion as well. They'll be watching along intently.
I would have thought so. Good news for Leicestershire, though. They've managed to get Vanderva down the non-strikers end as quick as possible. Yeah, certainly be a few nervy people on the south coast. And you have to say now, it's a big appeal for everybody given. Scrimshaw's gone. Change of bowling has worked. Travaskis picks up the latest wicket. Northamptonshire are 9 down. 8 down, in fact. 324 for 8. Scrimshaw goes for 2. LBW. So it's just Ben Whitehouse and Nirvan Ramesh left in the card for Northamptonshire.
He's having a good innings, isn't he, overall, Liam Travaskis? That's now a 4th with the ball in hand, and it is something that we theorised, it's something which we questioned, whether or not you can bring on your spinner at this stage, just to offer a little bit of a different challenge against the tail enders. And in the end, that has been a masterstroke from Ian Holland. Well bowled as well by Liam Travaskis. When you've got a new player to the crease, especially a lower order bats, how many times do we see teams not target the stumps, bring those pads or the wickets themselves into play? Just a typical left-arm finger spinner's dismissal. Ball just drifts on. And in the end, too good for George Scrimshaw. So it will be Ben Whitehouse coming into bat alongside Stuart Vanderva, who remains on 107 not out. I still don't think my heart rate's calmed down, to be honest, from the moment he brought up his century as well. I know he'll be absolutely delighted. Those who have played club cricket alongside him. Plays at Sunbury. Used to play at Weybridge alongside Ben Curran. Who, for those more long-term Northamptonshire fans, you remember him. I like this field as well now. Travaskis getting bodies in the eye line.
Yeah, and it's suddenly got the feel of this could be over quite quickly now, hasn't it? Just 2 to go for Leicestershire. 2 slips, silly point, short leg. Northampton's number 10 in the middle. Two to go, 97 overs bowled in the innings. That is the over. 324 for 8. The breakthrough. Scrimshaw gone for 2. Travaskis gets his 4th. And I must admit, I mean, you'll be better qualified to probably answer this question, but the batting credentials of Ben Whitehouse will be an unknown for many. Now, I suppose it does depend really on the appetite for Stuart Vanderva. Does he want to just enjoy more time in the middle? It's a tough one to read, isn't it? It's such a long way away. any potential positive result for Northamptonshire to the point that you'd say that it's single figure percentage. Field is spread. He does take the single, which I think is the right thing to do. I think to try and marshal a tail for, what did you work it out to be? 46 overs left, 48 overs left?
Less than that now.
Less than that now.
40, around about 40.
Yeah, so to marshal the tail for that length of time. Ian Holland and Eskenazi just getting this field how they would like it. We've got 3 catches behind the stumps, 2 slips and a gully. Sol Budinger in there at short leg, and I think we're going to get one more on the leg side as well, are we? So cover is going to be left open. Travaskis has moved to a mid-wicket, almost over the shoulder of Budinger, who's just been asked to go behind square as well. Here's Van Beek from the David Caper end. And it's met by pretty solid and confident defence by Ben Whitehouse.
Well, you're not going to believe this, Dan. Durham at 83 for 9. Dom Bess has taken 3 wickets in the 44th over. First it was Ben Rain, caught by Matty Revis. Then it was Matt Potts, caught by Finley Bean. And last, Dan Hogg, Golden Duck, caught by Johnny Bairstow. So Durham 1 wicket away from being back in Division 2. And there will be many a sigh of relief on the south coast for Hampshire. Just looking there, I think there's around about 44 overs in theory up in Leeds. What I imagine was a 1-point relief for Durham, now turning into an overwhelming sense of dread.
What's Lewis Hill and Ben Cox providing you with score updates through the effects mic, Aaron? You're going to be made redundant here if you're not careful.
I was about to say, doing my job for me.
Left alone again by Ben Whitehouse. Well, that will be of interest, won't it, to Leicestershire as to who they will be playing next year in Division 1, whether it would be Hampshire or whether it would be Durham. It can be remarkable if Durham get themselves out of that one, won't it? Save Leicestershire going to stay in the haunted castle, I suppose, nearby, which could be the main reason for the excitement.
Well, that exchange goes to show just how quickly the news spreads, doesn't it? It's like the final day of the Premier League season, and everybody's got the phones out and listening along to the radio, frantically refreshing the score tab. And well, there will be one final update from Headingley. Durham have been bowled out for 85. Yorkshire win by an innings and 44 runs. So it will be Durham who get relegated. They will finish in 9th place in Division 1 of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. And Hampshire have survived.
by a single point as well, wasn't it?
By 1 point.
144 to 145. So there we go. Durham will be playing Division 2 cricket next year. They will be welcome to Wantage Road. And Leicestershire will have the prospect of a trip to Southampton to take on Hampshire in 2026. So we've just seen as well that the first time Vanderva is going to marshal or attempt to marshal the tail for the rest of the day. And Leicestershire have responded by bringing those fielders in and around the bat. Full toss, whipped over the leg side. That will be for Vanderva. Josh Hull getting loose. Looks like it could be a change of ends for him to replace Van Beek. So it's just us and Middlesex versus Gloucestershire.
Correct, but you put that into context. That's 9 wickets lost in a session, not even a full session, within the space of 19.3 overs. That really is... I mean, that's a staggering collapse for Durham. That will hurt. That will really, really sting.
Some tricky batting conditions up at Headingley, obviously, today.
Well, you look at the other innings scores. I mean, Durham themselves scored 346 and Yorkshire amassing 475. Maybe the pressure has got the better of Ryan Campbell's men. Quick single taken, shy of the stumps. No damage done there for Stuart Vandermerve, who continues on his merry way. It is so interesting, though, isn't it, what pressure can do? Because that will have been communicated. They will have known full well, had they have survived, they had destiny in their own hands. And as such, unfortunately for Durham, that pressure a little bit too telling.
Yes, it certainly wasn't an impossible task they were set, was it? Less than a day. Was it Yorkshire's innings ended about 11 o'clock this morning, was it? Past 11, somewhere around there. And as you say, in the 3 days before that had been nearly 800 runs scored. Here's a change of ends for Josh Hull. So he was swapped out for Liam Travaskis. That change of bowling worked brilliantly for Ian Holland. He picked up the wicket of George Scrimshaw in his first over, which ended Josh Hull's spell early. It was just 3 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 5 overs for Van Beek. He'll get swapped out for Josh Hull, this time from the David Capel end, with Stuart Vandermerve on strike. So where are we then with timings, Aaron? The clock that we're working on says 2:45 this afternoon, which would be tea at 3:10. So we've got, obviously we are running a bit early and we don't really know how early we're running, but say 15, 25, around 22 minutes until what could be the tea break here at Wantage Road. Does Vandermerve look to shepherd the strike here? I think he does, judging on that. That's interesting. And I know you were quite excited, weren't you, about Stuart Vandermerve and this kind of pronounced crouch that he has against the seamers. Up until just that delivery, I thought he set up against the seamers relatively normally. It was only that last one that I've looked out the window and gone, well, that seems quite unusual, just how cramped he actually, or how low he gets. Quite sure, unless, Aaron, you're going to tell me that I've completely missed it, but it just looks a little bit more pronounced now than what it had done through the course of the day.
No, I would agree. I think it has become more pronounced in this over. It's usually more of a trigger movement more than anything with Stuart Vanderva. It's almost like a spring, just bounces up, gets that kinetic energy. But it's something which straight away when I'd seen him play second 11 cricket, it's just one of those calling cards, isn't it? A little bit like Nirvan Ramesh. Spoke about his action right from the get-go. You just pick up those certain quirks and individualities. We have got our divisions then for next season, haven't we? So Durham and Worcestershire it is.
Yep, the victors of the two divisions was, well, Leicestershire obviously confirmed. Nottinghamshire, well, having picked up that victory against Surrey the week before, would have taken a bit of a slip up, really, wouldn't it, for if that to have changed hands? Albeit the mathematics and the equations that you'd worked out as to what was needed and what wasn't needed, it would have taken something quite spectacular to have gone the other way around for Nottinghamshire to have lost the grip on that championship trophy. Bit of jeopardy, as you say, with regards to that relegation from Division 1. Fielders in around the back now. Whitehouse gets underneath that one eventually. Was played confidently, the leave, to duck underneath it from Josh Hull, but I think it was a late decision. Leicestershire adding another catcher. 2 slips of gully. Travaskis now has gone to a leg slip as well. There's been more short stuff from Josh Hull, I suspect. Well played, well stopped by Budinger to end the over. Dot ball, 331 for 8 after 101 overs. Stuart Vanderva on 114 not out, and Whitehouse yet to get off the mark.
The relegation of Durham and Worcestershire at the same time just illustrates how tough Division 1 is as well, doesn't it? Those two sides coming up together at the culmination of 2023. Both Sussex and Yorkshire themselves could have been dragged back into that relegation dogfight. So it will be a challenge. Let's not forget how dominant Durham were in that season. A lot of people, myself included, viewed them as dark horses in 2024. But in 2025, they had an okay start. But since mid-season, I can't quite put my finger on it. But they've not had those complete performances. Whether that's been towards the tail end of the blast, the one-day cup didn't go to plan, lost heavily against Yorkshire at Scarborough. And then in the championship, just struggling for bonus points, especially with the ball in hand. It's going to be a difficult winter, I think, for Durham. Just to mull over where things went wrong.
Oh, quick single take, and Holland picks up cleanly. That would have been close had he had hit. Vanderva really showing his cards to the Leicestershire captain, making it very, very obvious that regardless of the jeopardy of the single, he will do his utmost to protect Ben Whitehouse. Into the over. 102 complete. 332 for 8. Hull to continue. Gully, leg slip, short leg. Round the wicket, trying to target the hip of Vanderva. It's hurt. Ben Cox got him on the end of the finger. Little parting gift from Mother Cricket for Ben Cox to round out the 2025 season.
Can be an unforgiving position, can't it? Being a keeper. Always tend to get those bumps and bruises. Soreness in the fingertips.
Short ball again. Well directed and well evaded from Vanderva.
Still in a little bit of discomfort, isn't he, Ben Cox?
Yeah, well, as I say, those fingers will be pretty bruised by this point of the year. It's chilly out there as well, so that won't help. I'm sure a few glasses of champagne in about, well, in a couple of hours' time, or maybe less, will numb that discomfort. Oh, it's in the air, past Budinger. The leg side once again. Almost trying to strangle the dismissal out of Stuart Vanderva here. It's a tough one to read, isn't it? I mean, there's 10 or so minutes to go. 15 minutes until the tea break. For Northamptonshire to navigate, with Josh Hull steaming in. Number 7 batting with number 10, number 11, all three of them incredibly inexperienced cricketers. Do they get through to tea? Do they come up with a different plan? Do they need guidance from the coaching staff at Northamptonshire on what's expected of them, how they should go about this final few moments of the game? Or is it a case of go out there and you figure it out for yourself, decide how it's going to work? Short ball once again. One single optimistically taken. Ben Whitehouse does not want to face an over of bowling. That is for sure, the way he set off for that single. But you mentioned probably about an hour ago, you said Northamptonshire were keeping up with a run rate. I'd say they're falling well behind it now. Very much playing for tea first, and then playing for a draw, trying to save the draw.
Just confirmation of that run rate at the minute stands at 3.22 for Northamptonshire. The required is 3.45, so it has dipped below. As you said, it's a case of just batting out as many overs as possible here. Staggering to think, though, between the three remaining cricketers for Northamptonshire. They've got 7 first-class appearances between them. Whitehouse, this is his 3rd game, having debuted against Glamorgan. It's the exact same case for Nirvan Ramesh. And as we've made many a mention of throughout this game, it is Stuart Vanderva's first ever in the format. So you think how much experience is out there for Leicestershire. Chris Wright, for example, 414 professional appearances. Will be a tricky spell to navigate here for Northants, but Vanderva looks as cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, 4 balls survived by Whitehouse. 2 to go in this Travaskis over. He's searching for 5. You'd say now, really, if they wanted to, Leicestershire could put an even bigger squeeze on, just in case. Because unless there is a bit of a meltdown between the two of them, they will not be taking a quick single off the final ball of this over. So stick with the 2 slips, silly point, short leg, 3 in the offside. And there's an appeal for LBW and it's given. It looked good. Travaskis has got 5. Leicestershire have got 9 and Whitehouse departs without scoring. It's 332 for 9. Vanderva stranded at the non-striker's end on 115. And it's now just Nirvan Ramesh that stands between Leicestershire and officially being crowned Division 2 champions in 2025. Yes, the league was wrapped up. Yes, there was a presentation last week, but the official crowning of Leicestershire will occur today.
It's been a good game, hasn't it, for Liam Travaskis? 5 wickets in the innings, 3rd time that he's done that in his professional career. Also reached a nice little milestone throughout this game. He's brought up 50 career first-class wickets as well. So congratulations to Liam Travaskis. Brought that up with the previous wicket. He was 6 away prior to this game. He's taken 7 so far, 5 in this one, to go along with his 2 earlier on in the encounter. He'll be looking as well for career best figures. Previous best is 5 for 78. In terms of match figures, well, they are his best ever. His previous over both innings was 6 for 101. So it's been a nice end to the season for the former Durham man. And now this will be interesting, won't it? The approach here from Vanderva. Let's see what he does.
To stay the same, do you think? Logic to me, Aaron, says this stays exactly the same.
With regards to defensive cricket?
Tempo, yeah.
100%.
If all of a sudden Vanderva thinks, oh, there's a game to be won here, starts playing a few flashy shots with the fielder, you'd think that logically that would have stood more chance of success whilst he had an extra wicket to play around with at the other end. But we shall see. He certainly turned the single down there, didn't he, against Josh Holt? Short ball. Will not be able to guide that one past Johnny Tattersall. So is that tea time set, Aaron, or can that extra 30 minutes be employed?
I believe it will be set. But of course, you've got to get there first, and that's the key here. It's going to be very tricky, isn't it, against Josh Hull?
Short ball that's just tracked back in to Vanderva. Evades it. Breeze certainly picking up here in Northampton, although blue skies above us. Floodlights are still on, as they have been since the morning session. A look for that single, but well stopped in the end at mid-off. Parried across to Ian Hollands. He reacted quick enough to keep Vanderva on strike. And there's a few more Leicestershire supporters making their way round to the ComSave stand now. 50 or so down there, Aaron, would you say? They've made their way down the country. Change of angle in the air. Vanderva will get the single. At the end of the over as well, I believe. No, there will be a delivery left. So the Leicestershire fielders will don the protective equipment, get under the lid, surround Nirvan Ramesh. Here is Josh Hull to Nirvan Ramesh. Attempted to guide it through and past Eskenazi, who gets the mitt on it, stops it running through the cordon. It's the end of the over, just one run conceded. And it will be Vanderva to retain the strike in what we think would be the last over before tea. 333 for 9. I might squeeze one more in, depending on how quick this over goes through from Travaskis. Relatively quick, I would have thought, as the ball probably won't leave the cut strip in an ideal scenario for Vanderva. A few more supporters that have been sat around the ground are making their way down to the steps of the Leicestershire balcony on the heavy suite here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, definitely more populated now, isn't it?
What a season it's been for them. A lot of them, I'm sure they would have spent their summers at Grace Road and travelling around the country to watch their team play. Nicely played. Possibly would have been 2 there for Vanderva, but electing to stay on 116. Beauty as well, isn't it, of that Division 2 kind of pocket. You've got Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Northamptonshire, Worcestershire in the not too, well, Worcestershire not this year, but those 3. So there's a few nice away days that you can chalk up. There'll be some new grounds, though, for them to look forward to in 2026. Local rivals, Nottinghamshire. Let's go and watch their team play. Oh, there's an appeal for run out there. Brilliant work by Ben Cox. Picks it up off the bounce, throws it through his legs into the stumps. Shake of the head from the umpire. No interest there at all. Can Vanderva find this single? A few other fielders just providing a bit of protection. They're going to lose one of the catchers, bring somebody else into what would be a 30-yard circle if they existed in this format of the game. And it's gone up. What a catch that is by Budinger to wrap it up for Leicestershire. Vanderva, the man to depart. And that is a superb catch by Sol Budinger. One of the best that you'll ever see. And what a way to wrap up the 2025 County Championship in Division 2 as Leicestershire beat Northamptonshire. The crowd celebrate and erupt down in the ComSave stands. Fantastic innings by Stuart Vanderva. Let's not devalue that. A huge effort from the young man. But Leicestershire have dominated this year and they've chalked up another win in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. A massive congratulations to Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Well, we'll be seeing them in Division 1 come 2026. As you said, Dan, what an innings that was from young Stuart Vanderva at 20 years of age, a century on his first-class debut. And something tells me that will not be the last time that he raises the helmet and the bat aloft for 3 figures. Also mentioned here for Liam Travaskis, career best figures in the first-class format. He has been absolutely immense. And we'll also get a nice moment here, I imagine, as Chris Wright departs the field. 414 appearances, over 800 wickets, 600 of which have come in the first-class formats. And he will depart the field to rapturous applause from those who've made the journey down from Leicester. It's the fairy tale finish that the Foxes were after, and they have beaten Northamptonshire rather convincingly in the end by 167 runs. And that, Dan, well, it's the end of our season. All that is left for me to say is a massive thank you to yourself. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honour to share the microphone with you this season. So too to the likes of Sam Turner, Harry Butler and Michael McCann, their various contributions throughout the campaign, and of course to the media lads. I mean, as much as we are rather laid back, they work their socks off. They really do. And without their hard work, none of this would be possible. So, yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. And fingers crossed that the results can go upwards and trend with an uptick heading into next summer.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well said, Aaron. It's been a pleasure, as it always is. And Phil Rowe, who I believe is holidaying in the south of France at the moment, has done his fair stint behind the microphone here as well. All out for 333. The only thing left for this game is for Leicestershire to be crowned champions of Division 2. We're powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, and we will be back in 2026 for the resumption, or the start of the new season. Thank you all for joining us, and we hope you winter well.